The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 24th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nicholas J. Begich III to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bayer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ambassador Dame Karen Pierce, who served nearly 5 years as the British Ambassador to the United States and was recently appointed as the United Kingdom's Special Envoy to the Western Balkans. During Ambassador Pierce's time in the United States, she happily embraced her role as the guardian of the special relationship between our two countries. During a time of increasingly strident partisanship, Ambassador Pierce was able to find allies across the political spectrum, receiving praise from all sides for her ability to bring people together. Ambassador Pierce has continued to play a key role in advocating for increasing economic engagement between our two nations. I look forward to a U.S.-UK free trade agreement. And she has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to global stability. Wrestling with security challenges, strengthening economic ties, or championing democratic values, Ambassador Pierce has exemplified the very best diplomacy leadership. Dame Pierce was indefatigable. It seemed she gathered people to her home in Washington every day and every evening for conversations about the most important matters on the globe. I think I saw more of Karen these last 5 years than I saw of my own family. She was everywhere. And she knew everybody, one of the most important skills of the most important diplomat from our most important ally. Ambassador Pierce's New Year's Eve celebrations will live long in Washington memory. Please join me in saying thank you to Ambassador Pierce and in wishing her best on her next mission to the West Balkans. Her legacy of diplomacy will continue to inspire future generations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Gerald W. Jerry Hyland, the true pillar of the Mount Vernon community, who recently passed away. For 28 years, Jerry served the Mount Vernon District Supervisor, but he was no ordinary public servant. After getting his LLB from George Washington School of Law, he decided that was not taxing enough and proceeded to earn a Master's of Law in Taxation from the George Washington School of Law. Jerry was a man who wore many hats, from Air Force Colonel to lawyer, but it was his role as a community leader where he truly found his calling. He may have been known as Mr. Pothole, but his impact on the community was anything but shallow. He was known for his sharp legal mind, his dedication to public service, and his uncanny ability to solve problems. It is often said that the supervisor never met a pun that he didn't like, or a constituent he wouldn't try to help. You might say he had a real knack for zoning in on the issues that mattered most. He always tried to include his constituents in every big decision. It seems Jerry knew the secret ingredient to community engagement, a healthy serving of Highland sauce. And as a master of puns, Hyland left a lasting impression with his humor. Before retiring in 2015, as his final Board of Supervisors meeting, he shared one last pun that perfectly encapsulated his wit. There once was a supervisor who told 10 puns to his colleagues to get them to laugh, but no pun intended did. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of Don Fowkes. Don of Duncansville, Pennsylvania, passed away on February 15th. A graduate of Hollidaysburg High School, Don joined the Allegheny Township Police Department in 1968 and honorably served for 32 years, culminating as the Chief of Police. He was later elected as Township Supervisor in 2003, giving 50 years of his life to serving Allegheny Township in Pennsylvania. My thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Nancy, with his daughters, Tracy and Tanya, with his grandchildren, Mackenzie and Jordan. Don's service and his commitment to community will never be forgotten by the individuals of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this month is Career and Technology Education Month, celebrating the students, the teachers, the administrators throughout the country that participate in these important programs. Last week, I met with the students and staff at Colonial Career Technology Center at New Oxford High School in Adams County, Pennsylvania, and the Bedford County Technical Center in Everett, Pennsylvania. It was a pleasure to tour these facilities at both campuses and meet with their dedicated staff and the talented students to learn more about the skills that these students are building each and every day while in those classrooms. Programs like these give students an opportunity to explore future careers while gaining real-world hands-on experience in that field. This gives the students an opportunity to use their hands and their brains as they carve out careers that are so necessary right now throughout America. Thanks to all the career and technology centers throughout Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District for preparing students for success in a competitive job market, for strengthening regional workforces, and helping to boost the economic health of our communities. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Sergeant Michael Strength of Franklin Borough, Pennsylvania, who is one of the patriots who planted the American flag atop Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima in late February of 1945. An immigrant from Eastern Europe, Sergeant Strength signed up for the Marine Corps in 1939, and in 1942, he was promoted to sergeant, preparing to go to war in the Pacific after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. In February of 1945, Sergeant Strength was on the island of Iwo Jima, where some of the most intense fighting throughout the war had occurred. On February 23rd of 1945, Sergeant Michael Strength, along with other Marines, climbed to the top of the volcanic rock and planted Old Glory for all to see. Though the battle waged for 2 more weeks, Sergeant Strength and his fellow Marines created a lasting image that would go on to embody American strength and American courage. Unfortunately, Sergeant Strength never made it home from Iwo Jima, as he was killed in combat just 1 week later. However, the image that he and his fellow soldiers and Marines created lives on today, serving as a reminder to all generations of what American perseverance and strength can accomplish. To Sergeant Strength, Semper Fi, and to all who served as part of the greatest generation, I thank you. May the brave men and women who pick up the torch today to protect our freedoms around the globe take inspiration from those who came before them, like Sergeant Strength. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are now in the 8th week of the 119th Congress, which has distinguished itself with incredibly low productivity and low effort. So far, we've just brought up a bunch of moldy old leftovers from the last Congress. We've been averaging roughly about 2 votes a day since the Congress was sworn in on January 3rd, despite the fact that we have a government shutdown looming in about 2 weeks on March 14th. The Speaker's much more focused on other things than trying to, again, avoid a catastrophe like that. But it appears that this week we actually are going to take up the budget reconciliation bill that, again, has been worked out over down in Mar-a-Lago Hotel over the last 2 months or so, where a conga line of billionaires, again, have been sort of walking through, meeting with the leadership of the Republican caucus, again, laying out their priorities, not the American people's priorities, in terms of what they want to see in that reconciliation bill. And this week, we are going to take up, apparently, according to the Speaker's office, an actual vote on that. And so why is that being given priority over a government shutdown? Well, the real reason is that the tax cuts which were passed in 2017, particularly on personal rates, are going to be expiring in 2025. And for the people who benefited the most, the top 1% of this country in terms of their economic position, for them, that is their number one priority. And this, a week ago Friday, the Budget Committee, on a party line vote, the Republicans produced their bill, their budget reconciliation bill, which extends those tax cuts despite the fact that it worsens our budget deficit and leaves middle class and lower income Americans in the dust. This chart, which again was done by the Peterson Institute, which is a nonpartisan think tank, shows again where the benefit of that bill is going to go. The top 1%, which is income in the state of Connecticut, where I'm from, that's people whose income is about $1.2 million a year. They're going to get a $70,000 tax cut. For somebody in the lowest quintile, which is income up to $14,000 a year, you can see on this chart, they're going to get about $130. For a middle income person, roughly about $114,000 a year, they're going to get about $1,000 in terms of their tax payments. Now, if we actually had a mature, reasonable process in this chamber where Democrats would also be consulted in terms of putting together a plan to make sure that lower income and middle income individuals' taxes don't go up, we could work out an arrangement, but not with a price tag of which the top 1% are going to continue to rake in tax cuts, which were, again, shoved into the bill in 2017, lowering the top marginal rate from 39% to 36%, which, again, was just a complete total windfall for people who don't need that type of tax relief. So let's look at, again, what else the Budget Committee did with this chart, which shows, again, how they are going to pay for extending those tax cuts. Again, the cost of extending those tax cuts for the top 1% is $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years. There were some other additions that they put into the budget which are going to add, again, to the deficit. And to pay for it, they included a whole bunch of cuts. The big one is to cut the Medicaid program, a program which provides health care for 70 million Americans. People in nursing homes, almost half the live births in this country are covered by Medicaid. Young working class individuals, again, because of the ACA expansion, are covered by Medicaid. Again, this bill talks about cutting $880 billion, about 20% of the cost of the program. Again, indiscriminately, with no precision in terms of who it's affecting. Work requirements, which, again, people in their 90s in nursing homes, they're going to really do that. Give me a break. And again, some other cuts to higher education to help pay for this. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, we're still going to be adding to the deficit. The deficit hawks in the Republican Party are adding to the deficit with this measure, on top of the deficits that we're already running today. So it's fiscally irresponsible. It's outrageously unfair in terms of who benefits from it. And it is extremely harmful to middle class and working families of this country whose essential need for educational services and health care are going to be cut, and they will take the hit in terms of advancing this priority. This is an important vote for the people of this country to be watching. This is a gut check for every member in this House about where your priorities are, because that's what budgets are about. They're an expression of people's moral values and their priorities in terms of who should get help in our country. This measure will not help the people who need it, who are still struggling with the high cost of living and don't need to basically have the rug pulled out from under them with a measure like this. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the late Dave Heaton, a beloved Iowan whose passing on February 12th at age 84 has left his wife Carmen, daughter Mary Elizabeth, Mount Pleasant, and Iowa in mourning. Dave graduated from Iowa Wesleyan College in Mount Pleasant, and he enlisted in the U.S. Army Reserves and served with an engineering battalion in Washington, Iowa. He taught at Van Buren High School, social studies and government, and he also was an assistant coach for the girls' basketball team and a defensive coach for the football team. Before public service, David and his wife Carmen ran the Iris restaurant for 42 years, and Dave's family in Sigourney, Iowa ran restaurants as well. The Iris restaurant was a community hub where he carved roast beef and listened to everyone who entered. Known as the best boss, he made it to Southeast Iowa's finest dining spot. For 24 years, Dave served in the Iowa House, where his pragmatic compassion shaped mental health, human services, and education policy. As chair of the Health and Human Services Budget Subcommittee, he turned conviction into progress. His reach extended to education, working with school boards, and inspiring leaders like Jesse Howard. Healthcare in general, but also mental health, were his focus, and later in life served on the board of directors of the National Alliance of Mental Illness. He was a giant of a man, mentor, friend, and neighbor. Always humble and always selfless, Dave Heaton's legacy, dedication, kindness, service defines what public life should be. Iowa stands stronger because of him. Rest in peace, Dave. You will definitely be missed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I met with priests and leaders of the Haitian immigrant community in Puerto Rico. I heard their accounts of what has been happening since ICE began its raids. The stories were devastating and demoralizing. Imagine living in Puerto Rico for 40 years, building a life, raising children, contributing to our economy, and facing the fear of being unfairly deported to a country you barely know, one devastated by violence and disaster. Imagine being a documented resident of Puerto Rico and being placed under arrest simply because you looked or sounded like an undocumented immigrant. Imagine needing medical care, but being too afraid to leave your home and seek help out of fear of being detained and deported. This is not justice. And as our former Governor Luis Muñoz Marin once said, injustice towards some is injustice towards all. Beyond the ethical concerns, beyond the moral concerns, beyond the emotional concerns that these injustices raise, there are practical consequences that I urge the administration to consider. The persecution of documented immigrants hurts our communities, our economy, and our businesses. Businesses in Puerto Rico and across the United States are suffering because immigrants are too afraid to go to work, seek services, or even buy food. I've heard stories of construction workers who don't show up to work, of local restaurants that have suddenly changed their business model from dining in to delivery. Barrio Obrero, a Dominican neighborhood in San Juan, is not what it used to be. We are doing our best to protect immigrants and ensure they are treated with dignity and respect. That is why on January 27th, I sent an oversight letter along with the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriano Espaillat, to demand answers from DHS and ICE on wrongful tactics used by agents that have caused considerable distress within communities in Puerto Rico and across the country. To date, DHS and ICE have not adequately answered our questions. On January 29th, I personally called the Puerto Rico Association of Mayors and asked them to provide as much assistance as legally possible to protect our immigrant communities. And on February 6th, I joined Congressman Espaillat in introducing H.R. 1061, which would prevent immigration enforcement at sensitive locations such as churches and schools so that migrants can safely visit. Our message to the immigrant communities in Puerto Rico and the United States is simple. You are not alone, and we will keep fighting for you. Now, for the interest of my constituents, I will repeat my remarks in Spanish. Señor Presidente, la semana pasada me reuní con sacerdotes y líderes de la comunidad inmigrante haitiana en Puerto Rico. Escuché sus relatos sobre lo que ha estado ocurriendo desde que ICE comenzó sus redadas. Las historias eran devastadoras y desmoralizantes. Imagine vivir en Puerto Rico por 40 años, construir una vida, criar hijos, contribuir a nuestra economía y enfrentarse al temor de ser deportado injustamente a un país que apenas conoces, un país devastado por la violencia y los desastres. Imagina ser un residente documentado de Puerto Rico y ser arrestado simplemente porque parecías o sonabas como un inmigrante indocumentado. Imagina necesitar atención médica, pero tener demasiado miedo de salir de tu hogar y buscarla por temor a ser detenido y arrestado. Esto no es justicia y, como una vez dijo nuestro exgobernador Luis Muñoz Marín, en la larga historia de los pueblos, lo que es injusto para algunos es injusto para todos. Más allá de las preocupaciones éticas, morales y emocionales que generan esta injusticia, hay consecuencias prácticas que insto a la administración a considerar. La persecución de inmigrantes documentados perjudica nuestra economía, nuestros negocios y nuestras comunidades. Los negocios en Puerto Rico y en Estados Unidos están sufriendo. Hemos oído historias de trabajadores de la industria de construcción que no llegan a su lugar de trabajo. Hemos oído historias de restaurantes que han tenido que cambiar su modelo de negocio, de cenar en el restaurante a hacer entrega. Los negocios en Puerto Rico, en lugares como Barrio Obrero, se han visto profundamente afectados y las comunidades no son lo que eran antes. Estamos haciendo todo lo posible para proteger a los inmigrantes y garantizar que sean tratados con dignidad, con respeto y como seres humanos. Por eso, el 27 de enero lideré una carta junto al presidente del Caucus Hispano del Congreso, Adriano Espaillat, exigiendo respuestas de DHS y de ICE sobre las tácticas erróneas utilizadas por los agentes en esta redada. Hasta la fecha no hemos recibido respuestas satisfactorias. El 29 de enero llamé personalmente a la Asociación de Alcaldes y les pedí que brindaran toda la asistencia posible dentro de la legalidad a nuestras comunidades inmigrantes. Y el 6 de febrero me uní al congresista Espaillat para presentar el proyecto de ley con el fin de proteger los lugares sensibles de redada. Nuestro mensaje para las comunidades inmigrantes en Puerto Rico y en Estados Unidos es simple. No están solos y seguiremos luchando por ustedes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I recognize and celebrate National FFA Week, an annual tradition that highlights the contributions of one of our nation's most impactful youth organizations. Last week, from February 15th to the 22nd, we honored the FFA's mission, achievements, and ongoing work in preparing future generations of agricultural leaders. Founded in 1928, the National FFA organization has grown into a dynamic force in agriculture education, leadership development, and career preparedness. With over 1 million members and chapters in all 50 states, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, FFA stands as a pillar of strength for young men and women pursuing careers in agriculture, agribusiness, and related fields. FFA is a transformative experience that instills a sense of responsibility, leadership, and service in its members. The agriculture education programs offered through FFA equip students with the technical skills, scientific knowledge, and problem-solving abilities necessary to meet the challenges of feeding, clothing, and fueling our nation. Access to agriculture education is critical not only for our rural communities, but for the entire country. Agriculture is the backbone of our economy. As I often say, food security is national security, and investing in the next generation of producers ensures that there's food on our tables, clothes on our backs, and fuel in our vehicles. But beyond that, agriculture is science, technology, and innovation. Its cutting-edge advancements will drive the future of food production and environmental stewardship. The blue FFA jacket is more than just a uniform. It symbolizes hard work, commitment, and leadership. The young men and women who wear it today are tomorrow's farmers, veterinarians, researchers, policymakers, and business leaders. Their dedication to agriculture excellence and community service exemplifies the very best of American values. The impact of FFA extends far beyond agriculture. The leadership training, teamwork, and problem-solving skills that members develop prepare them for a wide range of careers and civic responsibilities. Many former FFA members have gone on to serve in Congress, lead Fortune 500 companies, and contribute meaningfully to their local communities, including the recently confirmed U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. the first Secretary of Agriculture to have served as a state FFA officer. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I understand the vital importance of shaping the next generation of farmers, ranchers, and producers. Through education and hands-on experience, FFA continues to make a lasting impact on the agriculture industry. National FFA Week is also an opportunity to recognize the educators, advisors, and mentors who guide these young leaders, as well as the families and communities that support them. Their investment in agriculture education ensures that future generations will continue to innovate, adapt, and lead. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to celebrate the past successes of FFA while also looking ahead to the incredible contributions that future FFA leaders will make. Their passion, knowledge, and dedication gives us confidence in the future of American agriculture and the prosperity of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Begich. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. That program is Social Security. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I think, as you know, imagine Congress has not addressed or enhanced Social Security in more than 54 years. Richard Nixon was President of the United States the last time that Congress enhanced Social Security. I'm sure it's of interest to some of our listeners here today that the #1 insurance program for the nation, who relies on their government to make sure that it passes on to them the savings that they have paid for. This is no entitlement. All one has to do is go to their pay stub where it says FICA, Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose? Yours. And yet your Congress hasn't acted on it, but we want to give that opportunity to everyone to act on it. What's especially alarming, Mr. Speaker, is now Mr. Musk, an unelected official who operates outside of government, who doesn't need to be approved by the Senate, who is neither a federal employee or a volunteer, but has the ear of the President of the United States and can get all the statistics and data that he wants, and currently is going after Social Security data. I commend the federal employees who have stood up to this illegal act and refused, in an effort to protect American citizens' valuable information and, most importantly, their privacy. Mr. Speaker, as you know, you have 115,000 Social Security recipients in your district. 86,000 are retirees. 10,000 are disabled workers who rely on this money. 5,486 widows, 2,600,000 spouses, 8,613 children. Your district gets on a monthly basis $197 million. And where do they spend that? Right back in your district. Nobody gets wealthy on Social Security. It's the safety net for capitalism. That's what Roosevelt intended it to be. It's long overdue that we have a vote in the United States Congress to enhance Social Security benefits for all Americans. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. More than 70 million people get Social Security. And now Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump are out to cut those benefits? Ask your constituents where those cuts are going to come from, Mr. Speaker. Are they ready to say, with the money that they receive, that they ought to make cuts in something that was widely debunked last week? President Trump made the most outlandish claim that Social Security is contributing money to people supposedly 150 years old. This was widely debunked as false and untrue, but it's the kind of thing that you see in dictatorships or at the start of fascism, when all of a sudden people make outlandish claims that are untrue with regard to the nation's #1 insurance program for the elderly and our children, something Congress hasn't enhanced in more than 54 years. The public ought to be demanding a vote of its members. Do not let any member of Congress not stand up and tell you where they stand.
The gentleman's time
on
has
your
expired.
benefits. I thank you and yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? In the beginning, God, you created the heavens and the earth. When your spirit moved over the chaos of the deep, it brought a purifying wind over the formlessness and void of the earth. Lord, let there be light in our darkness. Where warfare continues to rage in Ukraine, where hostilities between Israel and Hamas threaten the fragility of life, in the civil wars in Africa and the urban violence in our own country, Lord, separate the light from the darkness. Speak your purifying word and bring order into the turmoil of our world. You have laid the foundations of the earth, determined its measurements, and rested it on the cornerstone of your word. As you have set the limits of the sea and commanded the proud waves to stop, restrain our surge for power. Demand of humanity the humility to serve you only and submit to your will. Look upon the work of our hands this day as we tend to the world you have entrusted to us, for you are the author of all creation, the one who made us. May we give you reason when you look at your handiwork to call it good. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the Wellsboro Rotary Club's centennial anniversary. For a century, the Wellsboro Rotary Club provided unwavering, dedicated service to the community. The men and women of the Wellsboro Rotary are guided by the four-way test, which is as follows. Of the things we think, say, or do, is it truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will build goodwill and better friendships, and will be beneficial to all concerned. These guiding principles are the foundation of the Wellsboro Rotary Club's work, shaping a century of service that has left a mark on Wellsboro and the surrounding communities. Their impact is evident from recognizing outstanding students and supporting local charities to installing bicycle service stations and funding scholarships. At its core, Rotary is about service above self. It is about bringing people together, regardless of the background, to make the world a better place. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Wellsboro Rotary Club for its contributions to the community and congratulate these volunteers on 100 years of making a difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to voice an unwavering support for the people of Ukraine. As Russia persists in its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, it is crucial that we unite against Putin as defenders of freedom. By coming together, we can safeguard Ukraine's sovereignty and the future of democracy. Ukrainians, demonstrating extraordinary resilience, have displayed unwavering courage on the front line for nearly 3 years. I remain steadfast in supporting democracy, standing with Ukraine, and opposing all of the enemies of freedom around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 825, the Assisting Small Business Not Fraudsters Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 825, a bill to prohibit individuals convicted of defrauding the government from receiving any assistance from the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velazquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 825, the Assisting Small Business Not Fraudsters Act. SBA financial assistance programs are critical to entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, fraudsters infiltrated pandemic-era loans at an alarming rate. At an estimated $200 billion stolen from honest, hardworking small businesses that needed help when they were forced to close their doors during the COVID-19 pandemic. The harm these fraudsters cause small business is devastating to see. My bill creates accountability and ensures fraudsters are banned from receiving SBA resources for the rest of their lives. And as chairman of the House Committee on Small Business, it's my duty to support America's small business, not fraudsters. I ask for your support in prioritizing honest, hardworking small business owners over those who defrauded the government, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be here today as we debate the first set of small businesses bills. Our committee has a long tradition of putting politics aside to deliver for our nation's small employers. Small businesses employ roughly half of the private workforce, create the majority of new jobs, drive innovation, and generate almost half of our nation's economic activity. They are the heart and soul of our communities, whether it is a neighborhood child care center or a bakery on Main Street. They're creating neighborhood jobs and reinvesting in the local economies. More than 21 million small businesses were launched during the previous administration, with a vast majority of the applications being filed by women, including women of color. This is a clear indicator of positive growth and strong entrepreneurial activity. But more work needs to be done. And today we are considering 7 bipartisan bills that will create additional opportunities for entrepreneurs. With that said, my hope is that we can work together to conduct oversight of the Trump administration's policies. I have been particularly troubled by the pauses in federal funding to small businesses, inflationary tariffs, and Elon Musk's access to the SBA HR contract and payment systems. I welcome the opportunity to look into these matters in a bipartisan way. Turning to our first bill, H.R. 825 will prohibit anyone convicted of defrauding the government during the COVID-19 pandemic from receiving any SBA loan. The Small Business Administration disbursed approximately $1.2 trillion in economic aid during the pandemic. The vast majority of this aid served as a lifeline, helping to keep small businesses afloat during troubling and uncertain economic times. Unfortunately, bad actors took advantage of the program early in the pandemic when SBA removed or weakened internal controls. Upon taking office, the Biden administration reinstituted long-standing anti-fraud controls and put new safeguards into place to curb the flow of pandemic dollars to fraudsters. Before issuing a loan, the SBA will screen applicants on the government's do not pay list and then checks its internal database for fraudulent flags or holds. Borrowers had an opportunity to clear their names, but the SBA did not move forward until the holds were cleared. The bill we are considering today has the same effect as the actions taken by the Biden administration, and it sends a strong message that SBA will not do business with anyone who defrauded the government. With that said, the single most important action Congress can take to recover fraudulent pandemic funds is to fully fund the Inspector General and give the office the resources it needs to go after the bad actors. Former Representative Lukemeyer and I sponsored 2 bills which became law to extend the statute of limitations for fraud in the PPP and the IROP program to 10 years. Without additional resources, the OIG will not be able to capitalize on these new laws, and American taxpayers will lose out. In closing, I appreciate the bipartisan work of Chairman Williams, Representative Simon, and Mr. Mfume. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this important legislation will hold these fraudsters accountable, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Simon.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ranking Member Velasquez, for this opportunity to speak. And thank you to our wonderful chairman, Chairman Williams, for working with me to introduce this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this effort to prioritize small businesses in the future through funding opportunities by preventing pandemic fraudsters from accessing federal small business funds. Like other communities around the United States, in California's 12th district, small businesses are the lifeblood of our communities. Over 29,000 small businesses in our district bolster our region. These businesses struggled throughout the pandemic, and in Oakland's downtown, for instance, many of these institutions are fighting day in and day out just to stay afloat. The Small Business Administration employees who work hard to support them, I thank you. You all, these wonderful federal employees, you all have been connecting with small businesses in our district with emergency assistance, access to capital, and even advice about how to keep the doors open in the darkest times, how to pay your workers, and how to be strong service members in our community. These federal workers that I speak of, I've heard from many of them, and I gotta say, they've been under assault by this current administration. Just last month, I visited the Small Business Administration field office, and less than 2 hours after I left, 2 of those employees had received layoff notices. You see, firing federal employees in this moment does not decrease the need or importance of the agency. It just makes it harder for entrepreneurs, for restaurateurs, for childcare operators, and others to keep their employees paid, to keep their doors open, to keep our downtowns thriving. Every dollar that Congress gives to the Small Business Administration in this moment means the difference of a small business opening, employing folks, or filing for bankruptcy. The Small Business Administration has provided $1.2 trillion, $1.2 trillion in Paycheck Protection Program loans and other emergency assistance during the pandemic. And like my ranking member has told us, unfortunately, there have been serious bad actors who took advantage of these funds, and those folks defrauded not only the government, they defrauded the mom and pop shops on Main Street, and in my case, on Broadway. Those dollars could have been used to create jobs, revitalize communities, and to help these businesses stay open and thrive, but instead, these fraudsters took advantage of the lax application screenings which we believe may have resulted in 17% of the total Small Business Administration assistance. As a result, the Biden administration has created new safeguards to reduce the potential for this fraud, but this legislation that's supported by our committee. Thank you, Ranking Member, would build on this effort, making convicted fraudsters ineligible for federal small business assistance. As someone who has driven a payroll for over 30 years, I can't express how important this legislation is at this moment. We love and want to support our small businesses with all that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding. I also want to thank the chairman for bringing this legislation forward, along with my colleague from California. I rise today in strong support of the Assisting Small Business, Not Fraudsters Act, legislation that will help ensure small businesses that need and deserve support gets it, while cutting out fraudsters seeking to exploit vital relief programs. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They create jobs, they foster innovation, and they drive our local communities forward. They should be who we lift up and support, and they rightly are the beneficiaries of many small business administration programs. However, far too often, we have scammers take advantage of these worthy programs. We saw this, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Paycheck Protection Program, Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, and other relief funds were a lifeline for so many, but were also exploited by bad actors to the tune of an estimated $36 billion. This bill ensures that will no longer happen again. It protects taxpayer dollars, ensuring they go where Congress intended, only to the legitimate small businesses of our country. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. Government efficiency is a good thing, but there's a right way to go about it, a legal way to go about it, and this bill is a great example, a bipartisan way to go forward. I urge my colleagues to support this vital legislation, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am gladly rise in support of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 825? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider purpose as a member.
I ask for the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 832, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 832, a bill to clarify the primary functions and duties of the Office of Advocacy of the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velazquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is acknowledged.
I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 832, better known as the Small Business Advocacy Improvement Act, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Van Drew, Tran, and Goodlander, for joining me in support of this critical legislation. By design, the SBA Office of Advocacy acts as the independent voice representing the views and interests of all small businesses within the federal government. This means calling attention to harmful regulations and inefficient rules preventing the small businesses from competing for government contacts. This legislation will clarify the functions and the duties of the SBA Office of Advocacy when advocating for small business on the world stage. Specifically, when regulatory and international trade initiatives are being developed, small businesses' voices can easily be drowned out during these important conversations. This legislation fixes that problem by ensuring the views of the Main Street are represented and heard before foreign governments and international entities. My hope is that this Congress is that we can continue to look for bipartisan ways to make the SBA Office of Advocacy more effective in helping our American small businesses. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 832, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2025. The Office of Advocacy was established in 1976 to be an independent voice for small businesses within the federal government, and it is tasked with representing the views of small businesses before Congress, the White House, and other federal agencies. The office has regional advocates on the ground that provide outreach to small businesses, local chambers of commerce, and other associations to hear firsthand the concerns of small businesses. And it works closely with federal agencies to elevate these concerns throughout the rulemaking process. Over the years, their work has saved small businesses billions in regulatory costs while still accomplishing the important goals of the regulations. However, their charter does not specifically state that they have the authority to represent the views and interests of small businesses before foreign governments and international entities. As our economy has become increasingly more interconnected and more small businesses are tapping into international markets, it makes sense to give the office the authority to advocate on behalf of small businesses overseas. Advocacy has proven to be a strong proponent for small businesses in the federal government, and it is well poised to promote their views in the international regulatory arena. I want to thank Mr. Williams, Mr. Tran, Mr. Van Drew, and Ms. Goodlander for their bipartisan work on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I also reserve the time we have. Yeah.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tran.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support H.R. 832, the Small Business Advocacy Improvement Act. This bipartisan bill will provide small businesses with improved access to international markets by expanding the function and duties of SBA's Office of Advocacy. In particular, the bill authorizes the office to represent the views and interests of small businesses in international discussions and analyze international economic data for the benefit of America's small business owners. As the world becomes more and more connected, participating in the global economy is vital to small businesses' success. I proudly represent California's 45th Congressional District, an international hub for America's small businesses. Businesses in my district connect with diverse companies and international markets every day and are a dynamic part of the economic engine driving Southern California. Over 90,000 small businesses call Orange County home, including many in Little Saigon, where exporting and importing goods and working with partners overseas is an important part of their success and allows them to grow. This bill will ensure that small businesses have a strong voice advocating on their behalf regarding international matters and help us to better understand how international economies impact our nation's small businesses. I am proud to be a co-lead of this bill, and I want to thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for working together to advance this bill to the floor, as well as my colleagues, Congressman Van Drew from New Jersey and Congresswoman Goodlander from New Hampshire, for working with me to improve SBA's Office of Advocacy. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this important bipartisan bill. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields to the gentle lady from New York. Reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentle lady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from New Hampshire, Ms. Goodlander.
Thank you, Ranking Member Velasquez. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the proud great-granddaughter, granddaughter, and daughter of New Hampshire small business owners. I proudly represent New Hampshire on the Small Business Committee here in the House of Representatives. And today I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor of this important bipartisan legislation and to rise in support of it, H.R. 832, the Small Business Advocacy Improvement Act. I'm very proud to be doing this together with you, Mr. Chairman, with Congressman Van Drew, and with Congressman Tran. You know, my family's small business story is an American story. It's a New Hampshire story. My home state is home to more than 136,000 small businesses. That's 99% of all New Hampshire businesses, and more than 305,000 small business employees. Small businesses are truly the beating heart of New Hampshire's economy. And from our cutting-edge aerospace and life sciences companies to our retailers on main streets from my hometown, Nashua, all the way up to the North Country, New Hampshire small businesses are truly world-class. But at a moment when big businesses, our economy is more consolidated in so many industries than ever before, and small businesses are living through some of the most truly uncertain times in American history. From the threats of federal funding freezes to the threats of trade wars against our neighbors and allies. In Congress, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that New Hampshire small businesses get true advocates and a seat at the table in trade negotiations and in discussions that impact our international and interconnected economy. We're looking for a level playing field for small businesses to compete and equal access to critical federal resources. So as I've traveled all across New Hampshire, I've heard directly from small business owners and employees about the concerns they have about the use of tariffs, which are an important tool in leveling the economic playing field, but that will have a real impact on our small businesses in New Hampshire. I'm really proud to be a part of co-sponsoring this legislation because what it's going to do is it's a common sense solution to empower an important office within the Small Business Administration, the Office of Advocacy, to represent small businesses on international issues. It's a critically important seat at the table for our small businesses at a time when they need advocates here in Congress and throughout the executive branch. So I'm very proud to be a part of this legislation. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Velasquez, for keeping the Small Business Committee one of the most bipartisan committees in Congress. And with that, I thank you and yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas is prepared to close and reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 832, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 832? Those in favor say aye. Those
the yeas.
No. Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules of the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 818, the SPUR Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 818, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to include requirements relating to new small business entrants into the scorecard program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of H.R. 818, the SPUR Act, led by my colleagues, Representatives Stauber, Cisneros, and Perez. The SPUR Act is crucial in assessing the federal government's progress in bringing in new companies and expanding the industrial base. Understanding the number of new small businesses engaged in government contracting will highlight the concerning decline in industrial base participation and track agencies' progress rebuilding it. Small businesses are an essential component of the United States industrial base. Despite their importance, over the last few decades, small businesses have been squeezed out of the industrial base at an alarming rate, with nearly half of the businesses leaving over the past 10 years. This threatens America's economic interests and strategic readiness, which must be remedied. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to vote for H.R. 818, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend Representatives Stauber and Cisneros for their work to bring this important bipartisan legislation to the floor today. Mr. Speaker, Congress and the executive branch have carefully crafted fair and deliberate policies to ensure that small businesses can compete for federal contracts. These policies, including and especially the small business procurement goals and set-aside authorities, have leveled the playing field for small businesses and enabled their participation in the federal marketplace. And they have a proven record of success. Federal agencies award a record amount of contracting dollars to small businesses each year. However, many other factors, complexities and policies like category management and overly strict past performance requirements are countering the impact of these programs. As a result, the government has over 40% fewer small businesses in its ecosystem than it did just a decade ago. This trend means that fewer small businesses are getting larger contracts, and contracts are becoming out of reach of many small businesses, especially those who are not already government contractors. The legislation, it is a productive step that will help break that cycle. The SPUR Act will require SBA to take into account new small business government contractors when grading a federal agency's performance toward meeting its small business goal. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Stauber from the great state of Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Small Business Procurement and Utilization Reform Act, also known as the SPUR Act. And I want to begin by thanking my colleagues and friends from California and Washington, respectively, Representatives Cisneros and Guzman-Camp-Perez, for their support of this critical legislation. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They are the innovators, the job creators, and the driving force behind economic growth. In Minnesota, small businesses account for over 99% of all businesses and employ over half of the workforce. It is no exaggeration to say that the success of our economy is tied to the success of our small businesses. Despite government set-asides meant to help small businesses compete, participation in federal contracting has dropped by 50% over just this past decade. That means fewer small businesses are securing federal contracts and fewer are benefiting from the opportunity to grow and innovate. The federal government is the largest purchaser of goods and services in the world. If we are serious about supporting small businesses, we need to ensure they have a fair shot at competing for these contracts. Right now, the scorecard system measures whether agencies are meeting their small business contracting goals, but it fails to consider how many of those contracts go to first-time participants. Without this data, we don't know if new small businesses are successfully entering the marketplace or if the same firms are winning contracts year after year. If small businesses can't break into federal contracting, innovation is stifled, cost for taxpayers increases, and American entrepreneurs lose out on opportunities to grow. My bill, the SPUR Act, addresses this issue by requiring the SBA to track and report the number of new small business participants into the federal procurement space. This simple but crucial change will ensure that small businesses, especially new and growing ones, have a fair shot at competing. Too many federal agencies fall short of their small business contracting goals, leaving billions of dollars in contracts out of reach for American entrepreneurs. The SPUR Act will provide transparency and accountability, ensuring that the federal government is doing its part to support small businesses. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. And Mr. Chair, before I yield back, Mr. Chair, you're from the great state of New York. 45 years ago, tonight, Team USA, led by Herb Brooks and 12 Minnesotans, beat Finland for the gold medal. And I want to congratulate them 45 years later. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Small Business Procurement and Utilization Reform, or the SPURS Act. I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Stober and Congresswoman Gluesenkamp-Perez, for joining me in introducing this bipartisan legislation. Mr. Speaker, small business owners and entrepreneurs take a chance when they start their ventures, so it's only right that the federal government do what it can to provide them with a greater opportunity to succeed. Because our government plays a vital role in working to keep our economy strong and vibrant, federal contracts can be a great opportunity and boon for our small businesses. But the government isn't doing enough to ensure our local small businesses have access to these opportunities. We need to not only do more for small businesses with existing federal contracts, but also help attract new small businesses, navigate the federal contracting process. The SPURS Act will help ensure more small businesses like those in the San Gabriel Valley, which I represent, can fairly compete for federal contracts. The SPURS Act will require federal agencies to examine the following data. How many small businesses received a prime contract for the first time and are owned and controlled by service-disabled veterans? It'll track the concerns of qualified HUB-zone small businesses, track the concerns of businesses controlled by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals, and it'll track the concerns of small businesses owned and controlled by women. There are several hub zones in my district, including the cities of El Monte, Covina, Azusa, and La Puente, and there are even more small businesses owned by women and people of color in my district. They're working just as hard as other small business owners to realize their dreams, and they deserve to play on the same level playing field as other small business owners that have experience navigating the federal bureaucracy. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense, bipartisan piece of legislation, and I want to thank you again and thank the co-leads, Congressman Stober and Congressman Gluesenkamp-Perez, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields.
I reserve.
And reserves, correct. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the work of my colleagues on this bill, and I urge its adoption. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 818? Right. Those in favor will say aye. Correct. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 818? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 788, the DOE and SBA Research Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 788, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and Small Business Administration joint research and development activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 788, the DOE and SBA Research Act, led by my colleagues, Representative Lota, Morrison, and Thanender. This legislation would require the SBA and DOE to enter a memorandum of understanding to help unify and streamline research efforts between the national labs and American small businesses. Currently, the 17 national laboratories across the United States provide the government with some of its most cutting-edge research. At the same time, our nation's small businesses contribute extensively to public and private sector research and development efforts. Aligning research efforts between the DOE and the SBA would increase the efficiency of the national labs and better integrate small businesses' innovation into government research. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting for H.R. 788, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 788, the Department of Energy and SBA Research Act. This legislation would allow SBA and the Department of Energy to enter into an MOU to formalize the research and development activities that are currently underway. The Department of Energy has 17 national labs that play a crucial role in fostering innovation and driving small business growth. The labs form partnerships with small businesses so that they can leverage the expertise of DOE's scientists and also gain access to world-class labs to test new products. They also foster networking opportunities that enable small businesses to connect, collaborate, and expand their base. These type of partnerships are critical to increasing small business innovation, providing high-paying jobs for Americans, and ensuring our country remains competitive. I applaud Mr. LaLora, Dr. Morrison, and Mr. Thaneder for their bipartisan work. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. LaLota from the great state of New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, America's small businesses are the backbone of Main Street America, yet too many of them face roadblocks when trying to do business with the federal government's largest buyer, the Department of Energy. That's why I proudly introduced the DOE and SBA Research Act, which strengthens the relationship between America's small businesses and the Department of Energy. This legislation creates a partnership between the Department of Energy and the Small Business Administration for joint research. It expands opportunities for entrepreneurs to fuel innovation and drive economic growth, and it provides small businesses with a clearer, more direct path to collaborate with our national labs on groundbreaking research and technology development. Brookhaven National Laboratory, in my district, is a perfect example of how small business and Department of Energy partnerships can transform a region into a premier center for scientific innovation. The partnerships made possible by the DOE and SBA Research Act will empower Main Street America to contribute to cost-cutting-edge research, drive the Department of Energy's mission, fuel American ingenuity, and keep America at the forefront of scientific innovation and technological advancement. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Morrison and Tanadar, for joining me in introducing this important bipartisan legislation. This legislation passed the House with unanimous support last Congress. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it over the line in the Senate in time, so I'd like to thank Chairman Williams for his support and leadership in getting it back to the floor and across the finish line a second time here in the House. We'll get it done this time, Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Dr. Morrison.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Velasquez. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 788, the DOE and SBA Research Act. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Rural Development, Energy, and Supply Chains, I'm proud to co-lead this bipartisan legislation with the gentleman from New York, Congressman LaLota, and the gentleman from Michigan, Congressman Tanadar. This bill would require the Department of Energy and Small Business Administration to enter into a memorandum of understanding that would improve collaboration between these two agencies. This joint agency effort would expand opportunities for small businesses to participate in research and development opportunities at DOE and its national laboratories. It is in our economic and national security interests for the United States to remain a leader in R&D and technological advancement. In order to maximize our impact, we must tap into talent wherever we can find it, and too often small businesses are overlooked when it comes to research and development opportunities. Small businesses are not only the backbone of our economy, but they also drive forward American innovation and ingenuity. The DOE and SBA Research Act will help ensure that small business owners continue to play a central role in the United States' leadership in these areas. I want to thank my colleagues for their collaboration on this critical legislation. I'd like to thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their support. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Van Drew from the great state of New Jersey.
The gentleman is recognized.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 788. It is a good and innovative bill. But I also today wanted to speak in support of H.R. 832, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2025. I'm proud to join my good friend and a great colleague and a great chairman, Roger Williams, in introducing this bill, which will ensure that American small business have a strong voice in trade and on the discussions that take place on the global stage. In my home, and in my district of southern New Jersey, which is, as so much of the United States of America, represents a small business community that are the backbone of our economy and of driving innovation and of creating jobs and of strengthening communities. In today's world, small businesses face competition not just from their neighbors, not just from other states, but from businesses and corporations around the globe. These businesses face challenges that larger corporations are often better equipped to navigate. This bill will clarify in the authority of the Small Business Administration's August Department and Office of Advocacy to examine international economic data and represent small businesses' interests in trade negotiations, ensuring that our small business people are not left behind. America as we know it can't exist without small businesses, and this bill will give them a leg up to make the American economy even stronger. I urge my colleagues to support both these bills and to support H.R. 832 and stand with America and stand with America's small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support H.R. 788. First of all, I want to thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their bipartisan work. And, you know, as a serial entrepreneur in the technology innovation sector, I couldn't be happier to stand here and support this bill along with my amazing colleagues, Representative LaLota and Representative Morrison. I recognize its indispensable role in enhancing collaboration between the Small Business Administration and the Department of Energy, all in the name of improving research and development efforts. And let's not forget, small businesses are a cornerstone of this country. The innovation we stimulate within this sector is not just important, it is vital for America's future. This legislation does not simply propose research collaboration, it carves a path for our small businesses to lead the way. It mandates a collaborative report within 2 years of its enactment. This report will empower us to monitor and comprehend the effectiveness of our research collaboration, providing us with the opportunity to revise and refine strategies as necessary. I am excited, and I hope you share my enthusiasm about the potential growth and broadening capabilities the DOE and SBA Research Act promises to bring. But let's always keep sight of the ultimate goal of this legislation, creating high-paying jobs for our fellow Americans and safeguarding our nation's competitive edge on the global stage. Remember, this isn't just about legislation, it's about future. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the sponsors of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And the gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 788, H.R. 788? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has requested the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 754, the Investing in Main Street Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 754, a bill to amend the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 to increase the amount that may be invested in small business investment companies.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 754, the Investing in Main Street Act, led by my colleagues, Representative Chu, Finstead, McIver, and Garbarino. As chairman of the Small Business Committee, one of my top priorities is expanding access to capital for small businesses. The Small Business Investment Company, or the SBIC program, plays a crucial role in this effort by attracting private equity investments to help small businesses grow, create jobs, and strengthen our economy. SBIC has been an invaluable tool for investing in small businesses that build critical technologies and support American national security. H.R. 754 builds on this success by increasing the maximum allowable investments by the SBICs from 5% to 15% of their excess capital. This change will allow more significant private equity dollars to go towards small businesses. As we continue working to improve programs that support small businesses, this change will immediately impact our nation's job creators, and I want to thank my colleagues from California for introducing this bipartisan solution to expand successful programs that empower the private sector to invest in small businesses. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 754, the Investing in Main Street Act of 2025. SBA Small Business Investment Company Program is a multi-billion-dollar investment program designed to bridge the gap between a small business owner's need for capital and traditional sources of financing. It achieves this purpose by partnering private and public investments in early-stage startup businesses. It also gives America's small, high-growth companies an opportunity to fund and grow their innovative ideas and create jobs. The success of this program can be seen with companies like Apple, Intel, and FedEx, which all receive early-stage financing from SBICs. Today, there are 319 SBIC licensed funds participating in an array of private investment and private credit strategies. In 2023 alone, SBIC licensed funds financed approximately $7.2 billion to 1,142 small businesses and startups across the country, creating or sustaining more than 130,000 jobs. Importantly, financings provided by SBIC licensed funds to women-owned, minority-owned, and veteran-owned small businesses total almost $670 million in 2023, a 25.7% increase from 2022. Yet, we must do more to ensure the program continues to meet demand. The Investing in Main Street Act, introduced by my colleagues, Representatives Chu, Finstad, and McKeever, will strengthen and grow the SBIC program by allowing banks and federal savings associations to invest up to 15% of their capital and surplus into SBICs. This change will correct a discrepancy caused by a historical drafting oversight and bring the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 in line with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's National Bank Charter percentage requirements. No bank laws or regulations will be changed or affected by this bill. It will increase the investment capital available to SBICs and allow them to invest more in small businesses. I applaud Ms. Chu, Finstad, and McKeever's work on this issue and this bill, and I ask my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Finstad from the great state of Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Williams, for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 754, the Investing in Main Street Act, legislation which I am honored to co-lead with my colleague from California. The Investing in Main Street Act makes critical improvements to the Small Business Investment Act of 1958, allowing small business investment companies, or SBICs, to invest more resources in Main Street businesses across southern Minnesota and across the country. From Winona to Worthington, small business owners across the district I have the honor to represent rely on early access to capital to start and grow. This legislation will spur further investment in our business community and assist business owners in accessing the capital needed to pursue the American dream of owning and operating a small business. I'd like to thank Representative Chu for partnering with me on this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support of the Investing in Main Street Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 754, the Investing in Main Street Act, which would spur innovation, entrepreneurship, and growth in our small businesses nationwide. Currently, banking rules allow financial institutions to invest up to 15% of their capital and surplus in SBICs, but small business investing rules cap these same investments far lower at just 5% of capital and surplus. The Investing in Main Street Act simply amends this outdated law to align these caps by allowing banks to invest a full 15% in SBICs. Raising this cap will dramatically increase the amount of investment capital available to our country's small businesses, for whom even small investments can mean so much. Already, SBICs have helped marquee American companies like Costco, Apple, and Intel get off the ground back when they were just starting out. And SBICs fill a gap in the investment ecosystem and level the playing field for the smallest businesses, which often face the highest barriers to securing investment from traditional private investors. The nearly 319 certified SBICs in operation today have invested or committed over $38 billion in small businesses nationwide. And in 2023 alone, SBICs provided $7.2 billion in funding to 1,142 small businesses and startups. By raising the investment cap from 5% to 15%, we could potentially triple those numbers in the years to come and drive revitalization in communities across the country. I want to thank Representatives Finstad, McIver, and Garbarino for their partnership in this legislation, and Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their strong support. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill and for the Senate to expeditiously take it up so that we can unlock more of the potential of Americans' entrepreneurs. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. McIver.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of our local economy. COVID-19 shuttered the doors of many beloved local businesses, and many more are still continuing on a path of financial recovery. Now, with sky-high prices and rising inflation, small businesses need our support more than ever. Today, I joined Rep. Chu to reintroduce the Investing in Main Street Act of 2025 to increase access to capital for small businesses who need it. This bill amends the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 by increasing the amount that certain banks and savings associations may invest in small business investment companies from 5% to 15%. As the ranking member on the Small Business Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Tax, and Capital Access, I know firsthand the challenges business owners face. Small businesses contribute so much to our communities. In fact, they make up over 40% of our nation's GDP, and it's time we give back to our hardworking businesses, our hardworking business owners. These additional investments will create more jobs, allow existing businesses to expand and thrive, and reduce barriers to entry for small businesses looking to get off the ground. I'm grateful to Rep. Chu for leading the charge on this essential improvement to SBIC funding, and I'm proud to co-lead this crucial bill. Thank you to Chairman Williams and to my ranking member, Rep. Velasquez. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to applaud the work by Representatives Chu, Finstad, and McIver for their bipartisan work on this bill. Encourage all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 754? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 804, the Small Business Resilience Act.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 804, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to improve access to disaster assistance for individuals located in rural areas and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 804, the Rural Small Business Resilience Act led by my colleagues, Representative Morrison, Downing, Pappas, and Bean. As we look ahead to the summer months, many Americans are eager for the warm weather and sunshine. But with that comes the reality that hurricane season is approaching, and many communities, particularly in rural America, are still working to recover from the devastating storms of last season, even as we prepare for the next. Too often, small businesses and disaster survivors in rural communities are unaware of the critical assistance the SBA provides after disasters. That assistance can mean a difference between staying open or shutting down for good. Rural small businesses face unique challenges. Disaster recovery efforts must be tailored to meet the needs of rural America to ensure that their access to the full range of resources and support they have. The Rural Small Business Resilience Act is critical to ensuring SBA disaster assistance is tailored to the needs of rural America. As someone who has spent a lifetime in business, I know that getting the correct information to the right people at the right time is key. This bill will ensure disaster survivors in rural communities are not left in the dark when they need help the most. So I urge all my colleagues to vote for H.R. 804, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today we are considering H.R. 804, which will require the SBA to close out the GAO recommendation, ensuring that individuals in rural areas where a disaster declaration has been made have full access to assistance, including targeted outreach and marketing materials. SBA would have 1 year to close out the recommendation. On February 22, 2024, GAO issued a report examining how SBA's disaster loan program assists communities after disasters. GAO found that rural areas have characteristics that make recovery difficult, and they face challenges in seeking SBA disaster assistance. And while the SBA have taken steps to address challenges to recovery, including portable outreach centers, virtual outreach, and a whole of SBA approach, GAO recommended that SBA distinguish between urban and rural communities in its outreach and marketing plan and take actions to mitigate the challenges encountered by rural communities. This bill prioritizes SBA efforts to close out this GAO recommendation and focus on our nation's rural communities. I commend Dr. Morrison, Mr. Downing, Mr. Pappas, and Mr. Bean for their work on this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Dr. Morrison.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Velasquez. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 804, the Rural Small Business Resilience Act. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Rural Development, Energy, and Supply Chains, I'm pleased to put forward this common-sense bipartisan legislation that will ensure rural small businesses can operate on a level playing field. This bill requires the Small Business Administration to ensure that small businesses located in rural areas have full access to SBA disaster assistance in the wake of a natural disaster. The SBA's disaster loan program serves as a lifeline for small business owners in need of capital to repair, rebuild, and recover from the physical and economic losses of a natural disaster. Unfortunately, the Government Accountability Office recently found that rural communities face unique barriers that inhibit recovery from severe weather events like hurricanes, flooding, and wildfires. A lack of reliable broadband, cellular service, or physical infrastructure can make it more difficult for small business owners in these communities to learn about and apply for disaster assistance. We also know that natural disasters are becoming more frequent and more severe. In my home state of Minnesota, natural disasters have caused about $20 billion in damage and economic loss over the last 5 years alone. And small businesses are among the most vulnerable to injury. FEMA has reported that more than 40% of small businesses do not reopen after a natural disaster. We can all agree that every small business owner in this country should have fair access to disaster assistance regardless of where they live. The Rural Small Business Resilience Act will address this disparity by requiring the SBA to conduct targeted outreach to small business owners in rural communities. I want to close by thanking the gentleman from Montana, Congressman Downing, the gentleman from New Hampshire, Congressman Pappas, and the gentleman from Florida, Congressman Bean, for their partnership on this important bipartisan legislation. I'd also like to thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their support for this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We had it. Right there. What's that? It's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Velasquez. I'm going to thank also the Chairman again and my colleagues who are leading on this important legislation. I rise in support of the bipartisan Rural Small Business Resilience Act. My home in Maryland 2nd is home to nearly 640,000 small businesses, many of which are in rural communities, all with unique needs and challenges. I support this bill because it will help small businesses in rural communities receive the resources they need and the support they need to recover during times of crisis by requiring targeted outreach and marketing materials and requiring a deadline to get it done. Small businesses are the heart of our economy. That is especially true in our rural communities. However, we know that small businesses in rural America often face unique challenges that are often overlooked, especially when it comes to disaster relief programs. It's simple. We need to make sure that small rural businesses aren't left out when pandemics to hurricanes to everything in between strikes. As a county executive, I witnessed firsthand the severe financial pressures caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which devastated many small businesses. I saw how rural communities in particular struggled with limited resources, reduced access to broadband and cellular services, and longer response times. This bill will break down barriers and ensure that rural business owners are aware of and can actively access resources. I urge my colleagues on both sides to vote yes and show rural America, our nation's employers, that we are committed to their success. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close our reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I urge members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Yields back. The gentleman from Texas is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 804? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And with that, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 828, the SERVE Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 828, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to report on the Veterans Interagency Task Force, to require the Comptroller General of the United States to report on access to credit for small business concerns owned and controlled by covered individuals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 828, the SERVE Act, led by my colleagues, Representative Davids, Alford, and Conaway. It's an honor to reflect on the tremendous contributions of our veterans who have defended our freedoms and continue serving our country once they transition back to civilian life, often on Main Street America. Well, our nation's heroes are uniquely positioned to become successful business owners because of the skills they gained in the military, which have made them natural and effective leaders. Unfortunately, veterans often face barriers when starting or growing their businesses. Chief among them are access to capital and general awareness of available resources. The SERVE Act seeks to reduce those barriers by directing the Interagency Task Force on Veteran Small Business Development to create an action plan to improve outreach to veterans and inform them of available resources that directly apply to their unique needs. We must work together to ensure that our veterans have access to the tools necessary to start or grow their businesses. I want to thank the sponsors of this legislation once again and urge my colleagues to support our veterans and pass the SERVE Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to support H.R. 828, the Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans Act, also known as the SERVE Act. Veteran entrepreneurs are powerful economic engines and job creators. More than 1.6 million veteran business owners employ nearly 3.3 million Americans and make approximately $983.9 billion in sales. With that said, one of the biggest challenges facing veterans-owned small businesses is access to capital. Service members report that it can be difficult to build credit while serving overseas. Studies have shown that a higher percentage of veterans are turned down for loans. The uncertainty underscores the need for investment in veterans-owned small businesses. The bill we are considering today will require the Government Accountability Office, GAO, to conduct a study on the availability of credit to veterans, service-disabled, and reserve-owned small businesses. I commend Representatives Davis, Alford, and Conaway for their bipartisan work on this bill that will identify barriers and improve SBA's outreach to veterans. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Alford from the great state of Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership, and as well as you, Ranking Member Velasquez. Really appreciate what we're able to do on the Small Business Committee for Main Street America. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, because as a member of Congress, it is our duty and responsibility to protect and support our nation's veterans. You know, back in 2023, it was my distinct pleasure to have Commander Taylor Burks of Missouri's 4th Congressional District testify at a Small Business Committee hearing on veterans entrepreneurship. He is now serving a deployment in the Indo-PACOM, so we wish him well. We learned not only about the unique skill set that they can bring to small businesses, but also about the obstacles that veterans face many times when trying to open small businesses and live out the American dream. It was imperative for members to hear how the committee and the Small Business Administration can better serve those who serve this great nation. As a result, my colleague, Representative Sharice Davis, and I introduced the Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans, or the SERVE Act. This bipartisan legislation, which passed through the Small Business Committee unanimously last Congress, will help veteran small business owners and entrepreneurs succeed by studying the barriers faced when starting a business. This bill will commission a report on the outreach and promotion of existing veterans-focused small business programs to make sure that veterans can access all the available resources, the capital, and the counseling that they need to succeed. Mr. Speaker, this legislation also mandates the Interagency Task Force on Veteran Small Business Development to devise an outreach and promotion strategy for programs available to veterans transitioning into the business world. When veterans' service to our country ends, they should not face additional difficulties in accessing capital and resources. With transparency and increased reporting, we can better ensure that they get the support that they need and the support that they deserve. I am proud to co-lead the SERVE Act with Representatives Davis and Conaway. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is a win for our districts, it is a win for our veterans, and it is a win for our great nation, the United States of America. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the main sponsor of the bill, the gentle lady from Kansas, Ms. Davids.
The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for yielding. I rise in strong support of the Bipartisan Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans Act, or the SERVE Act, which I introduced alongside Representatives Alford and Conaway. This bill honors our veterans' service by helping them succeed as entrepreneurs and small business owners. My mom served in the Army for 20 years, and my grandfather served in the Army as well. Through them, I learned about service, leadership, and dedication to country. Our veterans defended our freedoms, and we owe it to them to provide real support when they return home. Yet veterans face distinct barriers when starting a business, from accessing capital to overcoming stigmas around disabilities or PTSD. These challenges have contributed to a 35% decline in veteran entrepreneurship since World War II. The SERVE Act addresses these challenges head-on, ensuring veterans have the resources that they need to thrive. At a time when harmful federal worker layoffs at the VA are making it harder for veterans to access support, this legislation is more important than ever. By strengthening SBA programs, we're investing in our veterans, creating jobs, and boosting our local economies. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and show our veterans that we have their backs, both in uniform and beyond. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Dr. Conaway.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of the Successful Entrepreneurship for Reservists and Veterans Act, otherwise known as the SERVE Act. This bill will study the barriers that veterans face when starting or owning a small business. Starting a small business is not a one-size-fits-all process. Each individual encounters unique challenges when striving to open their dream business. That is why it is essential that as members of Congress, we support legislative initiatives aimed at identifying and addressing the obstacles that small business owners and entrepreneurs face. The SERVE Act is one such initiative. It will enhance outreach and promotion of existing veteran-focused small business programs, ensuring that veterans can access all available services, resources, capital, and credit. This bill will provide a report on the availability of veteran and reservist small business owners' access to credit. It will require the Small Business Administration's Interagency Task Force on Veteran Small Business Development to develop an action plan for outreach and promotion of the many programs available to veterans transitioning into the small business world. It will ensure that the task force reports annually to Congress on its outreach efforts for programs available to veterans, disabled veterans, reservists, and their spouses. For many of our nation's veterans, transitioning back to civilian life can be daunting, especially for those seeking to start their own small business. As an Air Force veteran and vice-ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee, I believe it is not only crucial but imperative that our government support our nation's veterans in every possible way. The SERVE Act is a bill that will provide robust support for veteran small business development and help veterans achieve their entrepreneurial goals. I want to thank the Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their support of this legislation and moving it forward, and certainly my leads, sponsors, Alfords and Sharice Davids, for their gracious support of me and in helping to sponsor this bill and to move it forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud Ms. Davids, Mr. Alford, and Dr. Conaway for their commitment to our nation's veterans, and I urge my colleagues to support 828. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 828? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 825, H.R. 832, and H.R. 818. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 825, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 825, a bill to prohibit individuals convicted of defrauding the government from receiving any assistance from the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 0. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 832, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 832, a bill to clarify the primary functions and duties of the Office of Advocacy of the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 15. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 818, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title.
H.R. 818, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to include requirements relating to new small business entrance into the scorecard program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes with an electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 384. The nays are 25. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will be in order. House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Tonight, the Virginia congressional delegation is gathered on the House floor to pay our respects to Virginia Beach Police Department officers Cameron Gervin and Christopher Reese, who were killed in the line of duty in the early hours of Saturday, February 22nd. Tragically, our community lost two of our local heroes when a cowardly criminal gunned down two of Virginia Beach's finest during a routine traffic stop. Officer Chris Reese was just 30 years old, having served with both the Virginia Beach Police Department and the Virginia Beach Sheriff's Office for the last 6 years. He leaves behind a loving wife. He will be remembered for his loyalty to his loved ones and his passion for serving the residents of our city. Officer Cameron Gervin was just 25 years old and has served with the Virginia Beach Police Department since 2020. He leaves behind his wife and their unborn daughter, Paisley, who is due in the summer. He will be remembered for his contagious smile and love for his family. These brave young men were taken too soon and leave behind a grief-stricken and forever grateful community. The City of Virginia Beach and the Commonwealth of Virginia and the United States of America will forever be grateful to these officers who made the ultimate sacrifice protecting our community. Their families will always remain in our prayers. On behalf of myself, the Virginia Congressional Delegation, and the United States House of Representatives, I ask that the United States House observe a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's been over 500 days since Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists carried out the worst attack on Israel and the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Over 1,200 lives taken, families were shattered, and 240 people were dragged into captivity. Many are still being held hostage. The ongoing threat is still Hamas poses to Israel's security is current. Thanks to strong leadership from President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, a reasonable ceasefire deal was reached, bringing some hostages home, but the fight to bring the rest back continues. Israel has a right to defend itself against those who seek its destruction, and we stand with them in that fight. As we mark this grim milestone, we remain dedicated to ensuring Israel has the support it needs to at least attempt to secure lasting peace in that region. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, why is the Trump administration, Mr. Musk, and their secret meat grinder called DOGE hurting working Americans? Inflation is going up, unemployment is up, the stock market is rickety, went down again today, egg prices are up, and Walmart sales are down. So far, there's little evidence DOGE is helping families. Indeed, they're causing more unemployment, they're not keeping us safer, and they aren't helping anybody. A young U.S. Department of Agriculture specialist just moved to Ohio to assist local farmers sell produce locally. Well, that job's gone. A young farmer with a newborn daughter and a single mother with 2 children, just back from maternity leave, were hired to help citizens understand how to save money through the Center for Medicare. Well, they're out in the cold too, and so will the American people be. U.S. Department of Agriculture expects combating the bird flu spreading to cows and now even people, but guess what? They don't have the vets to do the job. Nope, fired. A mom who spent her life working in our national parks and is trying to send her kids to college, does she still have her job? No, looking for work. This doesn't seem like a plan that's really helping the American people, and all the statistics show it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Staff Sergeant Ryan Austin O'Hara, who was unfortunately among the 3 soldiers who passed away in the tragic helicopter accident in Washington, D.C. on January 29th. Sergeant O'Hara is a native of Lilburn, Georgia, who began serving in the Army in July of 2014 when he enlisted at the age of 18. He served a tour in Afghanistan in 2017 and was then deployed at Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah, Georgia. Most recently, he was serving at Fort Belvoir in Virginia. Sergeant O'Hara was frequently recognized for his hard work and sacrifice during his time in the Army. He received accolades, including the Army Commendation Medal, National Defense Service Medal, the Afghanistan Campaign Medal with Campaign Star, and Senior Aviation Badge. He was a 4-time recipient of the Army Achievement Medal and 3-time recipient of the National Defense Service Medal. In addition to being remembered for his honorable service to our nation, Sergeant O'Hara will always be remembered for his dedication, for his fearlessness, love for his family, and passion for flight and serving others. Sergeant O'Hara is survived by his parents, by his wife, and his 1-year-old son. I extend my deepest condolences to Sergeant Ryan O'Hara's family and friends, and to all of those impacted by this tragic accident. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of one of my constituents, Debbie. Up until a week ago, Debbie worked at the Cincinnati VA, responsible for finding and hiring doctors with the skills needed to treat very sick veterans. Debbie loved her job. She was good at her job. She went to work every day to serve her community and to help our veterans. A week ago, Debbie received an email telling her she no longer had a job. She wasn't fired because veterans were suddenly cured or because her work was no longer needed. Donald Trump and his unelected tech billionaire, Elon Musk, fired Debbie and slashed services at VA facilities nationwide, making it harder for millions of veterans to get the services they need. It's simply wrong. Our veterans deserve better. Debbie and her family deserves better. And we need Republican members of Congress who control this body to stand up for our veterans and our public servants and stop this madness. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
To address the floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise today to recognize the legacy of my friend and a great Wyomingite, Julie Spitzer. Julie never been a stranger, and her life was defined by the love she had for her neighbors and the community she called home in Sublette and Teton counties. From the day Julie moved to Wyoming to attend the University of Wyoming, she embraced the romance of the West. She loved the open range and never tired of participating in the cowgirl life, from baking bread to moving cattle. Julie was particularly fond of the natural beauty and wildlife we are blessed with in Wyoming. Her fondness for the West led Julie to work towards preserving the history and legacy of Wyoming, and Julie and her husband Hort were longtime supporters and active members of the Sublette County Historical Society and Jim Bridger League. Through their shared commitment to telling the history and stories of Wyoming, the Spitzers were influential in the inception and founding of Wyoming's Museum of the Mountain Man, and both Julie and Hort would later serve on the board of directors. On a personal note, Julie Spitzer was truly one of a kind, with a personality as big as all of outdoors. She will be dearly missed by her husband Hort, her friends, her community, and all that knew her. Yet we take comfort in knowing that her legacy will be remembered for generations by Wyomingites. Thank you, and with that I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Black History Month and its 2025 theme, African Americans and Labor. The economic foundation of Northwest Indiana and our nation is relying upon the advancement of a strong workforce. And I would like to recognize two dedicated African American leaders from Indiana's 1st Congressional District who diligently work to support economic opportunities for everyone. First, Arvella Greenlaw is a member of the United Steelworkers Local 6787 in Portage and serves as the Woman of Steel District 7 coordinator, where she consistently organizes community service projects and leads volunteer efforts to support individuals throughout our region. And secondly, Jory Richards is an IBEW international representative and leads the efforts through the Indiana Plan, which is a pre-apprenticeship program that provides students with skills and knowledge needed to thrive in construction and building trades. Mr. Speaker, please join me in celebrating Black History Month and recognizing the invaluable contributions of Arvella Greenlaw and Jory Richards and countless others who selflessly fight for our labor workforce, safe working conditions, living wages, and economic opportunities for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the extraordinary life of Judge L. Clifford Davis, who passed away February the 15th at 100 years old. Judge Davis was a remarkable man and had been a judge, was appointed by Governor Mark White back in the 80s to serve as a criminal justice judge. But what he'll be known for and remembered for was that he was the lawyer back in the 1950s to desegregate the Mansfield Independent School District. Before Judge Davis worked on this case, Black children from Mansfield literally were bused on Trailways buses from Mansfield all the way out in the country into Fort Worth every day just so they could get education. And Judge Davis worked with Thurgood Marshall and other lawyers to make sure that school systems like Mansfield were integrated, and it was ugly. They hung effigies up of Judge Davis in the school, and the principal literally let them stay there for weeks just to make a point that they were standing against integration. But his mentorship to so many young lawyers around Tarrant County will never be forgotten, and the things that he accomplished in his life to help make Tarrant County, Fort Worth, and Mansfield a better place for all. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
And yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without exception.
Mr. Speaker, Russia invaded the sovereign nation of Ukraine. That is the cold, hard truth of it. Vladimir Putin is the aggressor. And I stand here on the floor to say our president will not rewrite the past. Putin has mercilessly continued this war for over 3 years now, a war that has led to immeasurable suffering for Ukraine and a shocking death toll of both Ukrainians and Russians. And the region is awash in blood because of him. And now the United States stands with Russia and North Korea against Ukraine and all of our allies in Europe. It's sick. We are standing with dictators and against our allies. I never thought I would see the day when our president would be a puppet for a dictator. To my Republican colleagues, did you ever imagine that you would be in a party that stands on the sides of dictators or on the sides of a country who kills journalists, with an authoritarian accused of war crimes, a man who assassinates his political opponents? Aren't you embarrassed by what you've become? It's
the gentlewoman's time has
revolting
expired.
to watch my colleagues side with Russia because Trump said so. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without exception.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new administration, as it indiscriminately cuts services, has announced that it will not keep the Social Security Administration's hearing office in White Plains, New York. Closing this hearing office with no local replacement is unacceptable to the community it serves, and it covers multiple congressional districts. Seniors and people who are disabled come to this office from Westchester and the other counties of the Hudson Valley to fight for their benefits. With this closure, residents, likely on a fixed income, will have to travel much longer distances to Albany, to New Haven, or to the South Bronx at greater expense, in some cases 4 hours one way on public transit. This is a financial and logistical hardship for people already fighting for support. With the Westchester County government, my office and I have identified sites in White Plains close to the current office that are available and would keep this government service in the community where it belongs. I strongly urge the new administration to reconsider driving constituents away from convenient services and to work with members from New York State to find a solution before May. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without exception.
I am genuinely alarmed by the budget that we may be voting on this week. There's a lot not to like, but every American should be paying attention to the cuts being proposed to Medicaid and SNAP benefits. These cuts will hurt millions of Americans and create irreversible damage to our communities. Yes, it'll hurt my community, where tens of thousands of people benefit from these programs, but this is going to impact every community across every district and across Virginia and across the country. Is it because the richest country in the world can't feed hungry kids or can't get people the care they need? No, because this budget takes that money and it gives it to the very richest corporations at the expense of small businesses and working families. The unintended consequences of these cuts will hurt every American, even if you're not on Medicaid or SNAP, and force more middle-class families to live paycheck to paycheck while giving the ultra-rich a tax break. Let's talk about a bipartisan budget that doesn't hurt Americans, not a giveaway to companies who don't need it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. I ask to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without exception.
Yesterday, Federal employees found themselves targeted by yet another reckless scare tactic by Elon Musk. And as they were asked for 5 bullet points to demonstrate what they accomplished last week, a failure to comply would result in their termination by resignation, according to a tweet by Elon Musk. Hours later, Trump officials in the same administration told their staff not to respond. So in solidarity, let me say what my 5 bullets for the week are. I fought to defend the Constitution and the rule of law. I fought back against these reckless assaults on our people. I heard the heartbreaking stories of how they are impacting New Mexico. I met with tribal leaders, federal employees, and hundreds of New Mexicans, and I headed back here to D.C. to take back the fight, because we will not stop this fight. We will not allow this chaos, this incompetence, and this lawlessness to go unchecked. So I want all Americans to hear me. We will fight back.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus special order, 1-hour period, along with my distinguished colleague from Oregon, Representative Bynum. For the next 60 minutes, members of the Congressional Black Caucus have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people about Black History Month, an issue of great importance not only to the Congressional Black Caucus, but to Congress, the constituents we represent, and to all Americans. It's a privilege to be able to stand here before you today. Black History Month is not just an opportunity to reflect on our past, but it is certainly an opportunity to uplift our present and renew the cause to fight for our future. I want to begin with a story. Because Black History Month is often thought of as a time to recognize those historical figures that we all know, the Martin Luther Kings of the world, the John Lewises of the world, and Rosa Parks and others. But Black History Month is about more than just those who are known. It's about a lot of those who are not known. And so I want to begin with the story of a few young men in the state of Alabama. In 1969, following what history has come to label as the end of the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, in 1969, four young men had been intentionally recruited to break down a color barrier at the University of Alabama's law school. And so 8 young men walked through the doors of University of Alabama's School of Law in the fall of 1969. Among them was a young man named John, a young man named Ronald, a young man named Booker T, and a young man named Michael. And these young men, when the Civil Rights Movement had ended, the struggles to realize the progress that America had made throughout the decade plus of fighting and protesting, this is what it was about. It was about leveling those playing fields and equaling the opportunity and access for people like these young men. And so they walked through the doors as the first African Americans to come into the University of Alabama's law school. And they would all ultimately become lawyers. John England, Booker T. Fort, Ronald Jackson, and Michael Figures. You know, Black history in America, it's a story of resilience and excellence and an unshakable pursuit of justice, an unshakable commitment to making this country be, as Martin Luther King would say, be true to what you said on paper for all of us. From the halls of Congress to the streets of our communities, Black leaders and educators and entrepreneurs and activists have shaped this nation. And yet we know that honoring this history isn't just about reflection, it's about action, because that's what we owe people. That's what we owe people. I come from Alabama, the birthplace of the civil rights movement, a place when this nation and this world was experiencing injustices that we could not fathom today, a place where people, just based simply on the color of their skin, could not eat in certain places, work in certain places, be educated in certain places, live in certain places. Alabama, particularly Montgomery, Alabama, they stood up at a point when many cities and towns and people in those cities and towns across this country had a rightful fear of standing up in that way. Montgomery said no. So in 1955, when they launched a bus boycott, little did they know that they were giving rise to the greatest civil movement that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known, led by a young minister who was a mere 26 years old at the time, Martin Luther King Jr. This movement will give rise to what America proudly holds itself out to be today, and that is that place of equal opportunity, that place of equal access, that place of equal justice. But this is a movement that was rooted in people who had a faith in a nation, that when history looks back, or when we look back at history rather, we wonder, how could they? How could people who come from such a history of segregation and degradation and slavery and Jim Crow, how could they remain steadfast in a commitment to a country? How could they have that love for a country that history had shown them did not love them in the same manner? But they held it because they knew that the greatness of America was really about what America could be and what it could be for them. Even if they came here in the bowels of slave ships, even if they slaved as laborers in cotton fields, they knew that one day America could be better for them and could be better for their children and their grandchildren. That is what Black History Month is about. It is about recognizing the unwavering faith that people who had every reason not to have such faith maintained in this nation, and the contributions that they made to making America be true to what it said on paper. And so, it is understandable that when you have that understanding and that appreciation of where Black people in this country have come from, literally from the bottom, literally with nothing, literally as second and third and fourth class citizens and non-citizens initially. When you understand that when this building was built, people that looked like me, we could only be here for two reasons: to either build it or clean it or serve food. When you understand that when this country was formalized in a constitution, people who looked like me were not deemed to be an entire person. Barely just more than a half a person. Three-fifths of a person is what Black people were counted as. When you understand that, then you understand why many of us, are very sensitive to efforts to attack things like diversity and efforts to attack things like equity and inclusion. Because we know that we come from a culture, we come from a people that had to deal with adversity, inequity, and purposeful exclusion for centuries. When all we wanted was a level playing field, when all we wanted was the same opportunities that you had. Never asked for special treatment, never wanted to be recognized in any way that you were not recognized. But they held on to that faith for this nation, and they led us to being a better place. And so when you come from that background, the several actions of this administration strike you a little bit differently. It stings a little bit more when you see things like an EEOC order that's been in place since 1962 that was meant to just make sure that people were not discriminated against is rolled back. It means something a little bit different when you see the administration hit a pause on funding to 1890 land-grant institution scholarships while not hitting pause on that funding to 1862 land grant scholarships to those schools. It hits a little bit different when Auburn University, a predominantly white institution, is not impacted, but Alabama A&M University and Tuskegee University are impacted. One must ask, what is the difference between an 1862 school, a Texas A&M, an Auburn University, an LSU, and an 1890 school, an Alabama A&M, a Tuskegee? And when you look at the facts, it's the fact that the 1890s were historically black colleges and universities. And so that stings a little bit different. It hits a little bit different when you understand the history of where people come from. That one of the first actions that we had to take after the administration came in was going to bat for making sure that the Tuskegee Airmen remained a part of the curriculum in training our nation's airmen. Something so basic, something so nonpartisan, something that we should all be able to agree on, that a group of men who went and put their lives on the line for a world, for a country, that when they returned home, they were still called the N-word. They were still forced to sit in the back of the bus. They were still told to take off their uniforms. They were still told that they were not good enough. They still could not send their kids to school in much of this country's public school systems. Yet because of a diversity, equity, and inclusion ban, we had to go to bat for them. And it wasn't just Democrats. There were Republicans, too, that saw that that was an issue that we should not have. Senator Katie Britt from my home state was there with us, but as was the Congressional Black Caucus and other members across this country. And so it is the attacks that we see on such things that hits a little bit different during Black History Month, because it is a failure to acknowledge the history. It's a failure to acknowledge a group of people who persevered through the worst of circumstances in this nation. A group of people who literally emerged from bondage. A group of people who emerged from torture, from rape, from kidnapping, from family separation. That's why it means so much to us. And that is why it is important that we recognize Black History Month, because contributions have been made by dozens of people, hundreds of people, thousands of people, millions of people who were not supposed to be in this country as citizens. But here we are, and here we stand. And although when this building was built, there were 0 members who looked like us, there now stand 62. And we know that we have an obligation to stand up and respect that history, because look, Black history is not just for me. It's not just my history. That young man named Michael Figures that walked into University of Alabama's law school, he would have a son. He would have 4 sons. One of them's name is Shamari Figures, and who stands before you today as a member of Congress because of the fights of him and the fights of those known and unknown before him. So Black history is not only my history. Black history is your history, whether you like it or not. It is our history. Black history is American history. Black history is who we are. And that is why we must continue the fight to make sure that we honor the contributions, the sacrifices that so many people have made, to make sure that we do not go back, to make sure that it is clearly understood that our efforts throughout the civil rights movement and since has only been to make sure we have a level playing field, has only been to make sure that I can't be excluded when I have the exact same qualifications as you. And so I stand here today as a proud son of a father and a mother who have both made Black history in their own right. I stand before you here today as the proud grandson of men who set the stage. Because most Black people in this country, they don't come from privilege. I consider myself to be blessed. Right? I think here in Congress we find ourselves a lot of times, we see a lot of people standing on, born on third base thinking they hit a triple. And that is the unfortunate realities of where we find ourselves. People forgetting where they came from. People forgetting what we went through. People forgetting how we got here in the first place. People forgetting the struggle. People forgetting what we overcame. People forgetting what we could not have and why we fight so hard for what we do have and to be able to maintain it in the future. Well, I don't forget. I won't forget. I cannot forget, because every day I walk in here is a reminder of what was sacrificed for me. Every day that I have the privilege of calling myself a United States citizen, a United States representative, is a reminder for me of what it took for myself and for people like me to be able to stand here. I know I was born on first base because my grandparents made sacrifices for my father to be able to step up to the plate and swing for the fences. And swing for the fences he did. Breaking down color barriers in his own right, gave his life to public service. Died one day at a dinner table. But what did not die with him was an appreciation, an understanding, a recognition of where we have been, what we have been through, how we got here, and what we must do to ensure that future generations enjoy the same opportunity. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Representative Janelle Bynum from the great state of Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the first, but not the last, Black member of Congress in Oregon's history to celebrate Black History Month in these hallowed halls of Congress. Listening to Brother Figures speak has me a bit choked up. We're the next generation. See, it's not lost on me that I'm just one generation removed from segregation. My mother graduated from Whittemore High School in Conway, South Carolina, in the class of 1970, a segregated class. Graduated valedictorian, without a future. That wasn't that long ago. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a groundbreaker because of what that means, not just for my children, but for young people all across my state, and for them to see that change is possible, and then when something big has never been done before, that it just might be because you haven't accomplished it yet. As a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, I'm reminded that I'm not in this fight alone. They were always there with me, 3,000 miles away, never leaving me alone. We are a community of leaders, Mr. Speaker, united in our goal to shape a more equitable and prosperous and just society. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this Black History Month, we recommit ourselves to continuing to make progress together. We are here not just for our children, but for our children's children. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, happy Black History Month. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the Honorable Chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus from the state of New York.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Congresswoman Janelle Bynum of Oregon, from the great state of Oregon, Congressman Shamari Figures from the great state of Alabama for co-anchoring tonight's Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. I rise today with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to commemorate Black History Month and to reflect on the innumerable contributions to our country that Black Americans have made throughout our nation's history. During Black History Month, we celebrate the generations of Black Americans whose courage, advocacy, sacrifice, and patriotism have moved our nation and the world forward. From Reconstruction to the Great Migration, to the success of Black Wall Street, to the Jazz Age and the Harlem Renaissance, to the Civil Rights Movement and beyond, there's no time in history that Black people have not contributed to the vitality and success of our country. As chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, I am proud that as our caucus has grown from 13 visionary members in 1971 to a historic 62 members in the year 2025, 4 of whom serve in the United States Senate, we have continued fighting to dismantle barriers, create opportunities, and protect the rights of our communities. Throughout our nation's history, the Congressional Black Caucus has been called to confront countless threats to our communities, to our educational attainment, to our economic prosperity, to our health and well-being. Time and again, we have answered the call and stood in the breach on behalf of Black America and the values that make our country strong. Under the shadow of the Trump administration, we are being called to yet another unprecedented and consequential time in the history and life of our country that we must address head on. With the creation of the 14th Amendment, America took one step towards rectifying its original sin of slavery and protecting the birthright citizenship of all Black Americans. Threats from President Trump to the 14th Amendment have put Black America once again in a perilous position. Today, we are facing cruelty and threats to the very fabric of our democracy and our existence. And as the Trump administration seeks to continue to take our country back in time, the Congressional Black Caucus stands at the front lines of protecting our communities and calling out these and other thinly veiled attempts to erase centuries of progress for Black America. This administration's recent actions aimed at taking away critical tools of success, our fundamental freedoms, will not go unaddressed. On the shoulders of our founders, we will continue to push back against efforts to impede our progress, erase our history, cut off our access to capital, and better opportunities in our communities. This month and every month, we will continue to make clear that the contributions of Black Americans will not and cannot be erased, undermined, or undone. We will continue to fight for access to the ballot box, fair representation, diversity initiatives, and our fundamental freedoms, which are sadly under threat each and every day. As the conscience of the Congress, we will not sit back and be silent as these attacks on our communities continue. Our history, Black history, is American history, and we are not going back. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from the great state of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so honored and privileged to be here tonight to really speak on the Congressional Black Caucus, our special order hour tonight specific to honoring Black History Month. Mr. Speaker, and those that are here tonight, I am pleased to join tonight's special order hour honoring Black History Month, my Black history, my people, my community. As the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, it is vitally important to me that we commemorate the stories and the triumphs of Black Americans all year long, and especially during Black History Month. I am the daughter of civil rights leaders. My father was Illinois branch president of the NAACP and served on its executive board for over 25 years. I grew up in the struggle. I grew up in the marches. I grew up in the rallies. And I certainly learned how to sing "We Shall Overcome," because it's what I sang with my family all of the time that I can remember. And so I draw upon the strength of these experiences, the experiences and the strength of my mother and my father during a time which feels not unlike the uncertainty of the 1960s. And though there are those who may feel discouraged that we are fighting the same bigotry and the same hatred, going down the same road that my parents fought against, that Dr. King fought against, that Rosa Parks and Fannie Lou Hamer fought against, that our dear friend and beloved colleague, John Lewis, fought against. I continue to look to the civil rights movement as a reminder that we are not powerless. Our voices and our role as legislators in this body give us all the tools that we need to speak up, to stand up, and to fight back for Black America, but for all of America. It's what my father did. It's what my mother did. Even during a time when diners charged him more money for a cup of coffee than the white man sitting next to him. And I can remember as a child living in Chicago, Illinois, going into a local Walgreens. And I remember standing there with my family, all of them fair skin, red hair, brown hair, and freckles, and me, the brownest child in the family, being told I couldn't go sit with my family because they didn't believe I was a part of my family. So it's these kinds of experiences that I will fight for the rest of my life to make sure that no child, no individual in this country ever feels discriminated against. It's what my father did. It's what I did as a grieving mother. When my son Jordan was killed by a white man who simply didn't like the loud music that he was playing in his car. And it's what we must do now. As a presidential administration emboldened by hatred and vengeance seeks to weaken and dismantle federal programs which support our veterans, care for our seniors, and defend our nation from public health emergencies, just to name a few. What we must continue to do as we face threats of erasing Black history, American history, we must continue to fight from our classrooms and from our textbooks. We must stand up. Black America must speak out. And we must remember our responsibility to act, not just to react, in the best interest of all the American people. And in the face of attacks on minority communities in a nation where our diversity is truly our strength. It's more important than ever that we celebrate The progress of this nation and Black history is part of this nation, of every step which brings us closer to forming a more perfect union. We've been promised that by this Constitution. We've been promised that by this country. And I know that we will continue to fight every step of the way to fulfill that promise. In my time in Congress, I've been privileged to represent a rich tapestry of this nation, woven by the many threads which make us uniquely American. I have been proud to represent one of the most diverse congressional districts in America, and I am honored to represent so many talented local leaders who have blazed a trail and accomplished many firsts in their community. In my current district, 8 mayors or county executives are the first Black people to ever serve in those positions. Cobb County Commission Chairwoman Lisa Cupid, College Park Mayor Bianca Motley Broom, Douglasville Mayor Rochelle Robinson, Fairburn Mayor Mario Avery, Fayetteville Mayor Ed Johnson, Mableton Mayor Michael Owens, Palmetto Mayor Teresa Thomas Smith, and Powder Springs Mayor Al Thurman. These leaders can be proud of the fact that they were the first, and I take pride in knowing that they will certainly not be the last. The fact that I was elected the first Black representative of Georgia's 6th congressional district, the first Democrat to hold that seat since 1979, the first person of color to ever hold that seat in 2018 is a testament to the progress in our state and to the work of leaders on the ground in Black America. I am grateful for all those who have paved the path of progress for me and all future leaders to follow in their footsteps. Mr. Speaker, we face extraordinary and unprecedented challenges in this moment. But this month, and always, we will celebrate the strength of America's diversity, the unity of her people, and our unwavering determination to leave behind a brighter tomorrow for our future generations, for our children. They deserve that. Because of celebrations of African Americans that we're talking about under this special hour, I have every confidence that my people will overcome. And I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from the great state of New Jersey.
Thank you to Rep. and Rep. Figures for organizing this special hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Black History Month and the profound and vibrant legacy of the many Black Americans who have made our country. Black history is a living, breathing narrative that enriches our nation and influences our daily lives. It is a powerful testament to resilience, creativity, and the pursuit of justice. We think about those who came before us and fought for freedom, trailblazers like Frederick Douglass and Sojourner Truth, whose voices paved the way. As only the second Black woman ever elected to Congress to represent New Jersey, I stand on the shoulders of giants, including my colleague, mentor, and friend, Rep. Bonnie Watson Coleman. And we both are here because of the path that leaders like Shirley Chisholm blazed before us. With the highest ever membership to the Congressional Black Caucus, 62 members strong, we've never been stronger. We represent the dreams of our ancestors, and those dreams are endangered by this administration's hateful policies that hurt Black people nationwide. Our hard-fought progress is threatened by the racist agenda pushed forward by this administration, but we will not back down. In the words of the late, great John Lewis, we have been too quiet for too long. There comes a time when you have to say something. You have to make a little noise. You have to move your feet. This is the time. Together, we must make a little noise and create good trouble to protect the progress we have fought so hard for. Together, we can ensure that the stories and contributions of our community continue to inspire and uplift future generations ahead. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to Representative Figueres and Bynum. I stand before you tonight to honor and to celebrate Black History Month. Black History Month is not just a celebration, but a reminder of the struggles, achievements, resilience, and contributions of Black Americans throughout our nation's history. And in New Mexico, it's the opportunity to honor and celebrate that Black history is not only American history, it is New Mexico history, especially as so many Black leaders are blazing the way for future generations. Judge Shamara Henderson, the first Black judge to serve in the New Mexico Court of Appeals, Senator Harold Pope, the first Black state senator to serve in the history of the state of New Mexico. Councilor Nicole Rogers, the first Black woman to serve on Albuquerque City Council, and Representative Pamela Herndon, who is the first Black State House representative to represent State House District 28, which is my State House representative in Albuquerque. These are just a few of the New Mexico leaders who are making history as we stand on this floor tonight, who are leading the way, whose voices are not only needed but necessary, and who must be at all the tables where decisions are being made. But as we know, these voices are currently being threatened by systemic attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion, as thousands of federal employees have been fired and put on leave. Funding for programs has been gutted, schools and public institutions have been threatened, and leaders like General Charles C.Q. Brown Jr., who have proudly served this great country with the highest levels of distinction, have found themselves targeted and dismissed. So we must be real about the moment that we face. These policies and cuts are not just policy decisions. They are about undermining the fundamental justice and equity of the United States, about erasing our history and turning back the clock on the progress of countless generations who have struggled and marched and fought to move this country forward. That is why we must and we will continue to fight back in Congress, in the courts, and in our communities, and to continue that work of bending the arc of the moral universe and this country towards justice, because this is the work ahead for all of us and the work we will and must do. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from the great state of Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to first say thank you to our co-anchors, freshmen, only freshmen in this House, but certainly seasoned in the life that they have led. So I thank you, Congressman Figures and Congresswoman Bynum, and to our Madam Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. Mr. Speaker, tonight you will hear many stories of Black history, which is definitely American history. I rise today because Black sacrifice and excellence has shaped our nation. We stand on the shoulders of many brave soldiers and sojourners, but tonight I choose to salute living legends. I salute the 62 members of the Congressional Black Caucus, 4 Black members for the first time serving in our United States Senate, and 58 House members in this Congress, the largest in our history. As we say in the Baptist Church, we've come a mighty long way. From 1971, when 13 members sat in this House floor, 12 Black men from across this nation, and 1 brave, courageous, bad sister, Shirley Chisholm. My, have we come a long way. But today we come tonight and we speak truth to power in this most unprecedented time in our nation's history. A time when we are fighting for civil rights and justice. A time when we are fighting just to ask for an opportunity for a broader talent base, something we call diversity, equity, and inclusion. Programs like Medicaid and Medicare, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, FAA, and funding for HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, federal jobs being taken away from individuals with little or no notice, and promise of payments that has only fallen short, or to be said that they would get it and found out only to be lies. Tonight, we will answer what the people are asking for. What are we doing? Well, I can tell you that the Congressional Black Caucus is standing up for justice. I can tell you that the Congressional Black Caucus is going back into our communities and we're holding teletown halls. I can tell you that we are responding to the American people because we know what's at stake. We know that if we will not stand up for them and fight for them, that little might not happen. I can tell you that we are communicating. I can tell you that we are legislating. I can tell you that we are standing with the lawyers who are litigating. We are fighting to protect and pursue opportunities that gives Black Americans the same advantages that white Americans have enjoyed since our nation's founding. Our history is made stronger and more vibrant. And just when Black Americans think that we are equal, we are still fighting for equal rights. So here we are, from chaos, confusion with this administration, but we are still leading. Former chairs, now ranking members. If I did a roll call, Mr. Speaker, I would tell you that we have people like Maxine Waters and Bobby Scott and Benny Thompson and Gregory Meeks leading some of the most prestigious committees in this Congress. I would tell you that we have so many people who possess law degrees that it would be like having a roll call of who's who to tell you that even in our freshman class, if I started by saying Turner and Fields and Bell and Conway and Figures, and then Sykes and McCullen and Lee and Crockett and Johnson and Sewell and Meeks and Neguse and Jeffries and Bishop all possess law degrees. All who stand with we. We have some of the best orators in the country. I could say Ayanna Pressley, and I can tell you historians like Jim Clyburn. I could tell you that we are fighting because we possess those talents and skills because we have suffered along the way. You've heard the stories of our parents. You've heard the stories of our grandparents. We just don't come tonight for a special order to tell you our stories. But we want America to know that we are suffering. We want America to know that we stand with them in this time when we're in trouble. Just last night, I was on a call with WIN with Black women and WIN with Black men A call that was prompted several months ago during the election when 44 black women got on a call, 44,000 black women got on a call, and 50-some thousand black men got on a call. And just as tonight when a white woman joined us, white women and white dudes got on the call because we knew that America was in trouble. And last night, I am so proud to say as I close that we stood up for another sojourner, a sojourner who had been fighting for us as she went on air every night. And so we also say thank you to Joy Reid for what she has done, and to let her know that we too are lifting her up. And we are also celebrating those who too will give us a voice, whether it is on traditional media, legacy media, social media, podcasts. See, we are coming after those who are coming after us, Mr. Speaker. We want America to know that we will not be silent even against this administration. We will not sit down. We will protest. We will resist. We will do all the things that our forefathers did. We will do all the things that those shoulders that we stand on, what they did, we will do, because this America belongs to us, and we will fight for justice, dignity, equity, diversity, inclusion, because we too are part of America. Black history is American history. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to another distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Ohio.
I want to, Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the Congressman from Alabama, Mr. Figueres, and also Congresswoman Bynum from the state of Oregon, and the chair of the Black Caucus, Yvette Clarke of New York, for inviting me to speak this evening. And I rise as we celebrate Black History Month to honor an extraordinary American hero that I had the great pleasure to know. From my home community in Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel Harold H. Brown. He was a Tuskegee Airman, and this is a bronze statue that was cast in our region as part of our Air Force Museum, honoring his astounding life. He was a warrior for justice on many fronts and an unwavering patriot. He was always happy. His story is one of resilience, excellence, and service, embodying the very best of our nation's ideals. From a young age, Harold dreamed of soaring through the skies. I don't know where he got that idea, but just at 19 years old, he turned that dream into reality as a pilot in the legendary Tuskegee Airmen. These were a heroic group of African American aviators who defied both gravity and systemic racism to serve their country during World War II. And as others have referenced tonight, we stand on their shoulders. Harold flew combat missions with unparalleled skill and valor. He loved to fly, taking on some of the most dangerous missions over war-torn Europe. But his service came at great risk. And the plane you see there, he liked to fly privately also, and would wear a scarf around his neck. He was a great teacher, and he managed community colleges after his service. But during one of his many missions, his plane was shot down in battle, and he was captured as a prisoner of war. Even in captivity, Harold never wavered in his duty to his country. After the war, he continued to serve, answering the call again during the brutal Korean War. He answered the call. His legacy extended beyond the battlefield. He became an educator, beloved, a mentor, and a champion for the desegregation of the United States military. The impact of Harold Brown and his fellow Tuskegee Airmen is immeasurable in this country. The Red Tails, as they were known, flew more than, get ready for this, 15,000 sorties between 1943 and 1945, earning a reputation as some of the most skilled pilots in the United States military. Bomber crews specifically requested their escort knowing the Tuskegee Airmen would protect them against enemy attacks. They were angels in the sky. They were so brave. They fought not only against the forces of fascism abroad, but again, the deep-seated racism at home, paving the way for the desegregation of the armed forces, with the leadership from Ohio setting a precedent for generations to come. Right in my district of Toledo, the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen lives on. And the area around us in northern Ohio, Ohio's known as the state of flight, and 58 of these brave aviators called Ohio home, with several hailing from the greater Toledo area, and Harold himself from Port Clinton and Points East. Their contributions to our armed forces and to our communities remain an indelible part of our history. Institutions such as the Toledo-Lucas County Public Library, the National Museum of the Great Lakes, and the Liberty Aviation Museum in Port Clinton, Ohio, where this photo was taken, have preserved their stories, ensuring that future generations will remember their courage and their sacrifice. These men were not just warriors in the sky, they were pioneers who shattered social and racial barriers, proving their excellence time and again, despite the discrimination they faced. But despite their heroism, their place in history has not always been respected. Just recently, sadly, we witnessed a shameful attempt to erase the legacy of Harold Brown and countless others who fought with him and for this country. Under the Trump administration, the U.S. Department of Defense, following a sweeping executive order, removed diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, including historical education on renowned figures, including the Tuskegee Airmen and the Women's Air Force Service pilots. A training program that honored these heroes was halted. Their history was nearly erased in the name of a stupid and mean-spirited political agenda that sought to rewrite America's past to fit a narrow, exclusionary narrative. This was more than an insult to the African American community. It was an insult to America itself. It was an affront to every soldier, airman, sailor, and Marine who fought not just for our country, but for the ideals upon which it stands. The removal of these Defense Department programs was a deliberate attempt to diminish the contributions of African Americans in the military and to erase the struggles they overcame in their fight for justice and equality. But let this be a lesson. The power of the American people is stronger than any one administration. When this erasure was exposed, when the outrage of everyday citizens, not just black, not just brown, but white, demanded justice, the American people forced a reckoning with the U.S. Department of Defense and the President of the United States. Public outcry led to the reinstatement of the course honoring the Tuskegee Airmen. Truth cannot be silenced, and history cannot be rewritten to serve the will of the few. We, the people, hold the power to safeguard our history. The legacy of Harold Brown and his daring, patriotic fellow airmen has been restored, not because those in power willingly chose to do so, but because Americans of conscience refuse to allow their contributions to ever be forgotten. This is a testament to the enduring power of truth and justice, and a reminder that each American must remain vigilant in protecting both truth and justice. As we honor Harold Brown today, and he never wanted honor, but the entire community, most of whom were Caucasian like myself, came out. There were music and joy, and there was happiness in his memory. We remember his service, but also we remember his fight. Let us carry forward his mission, not just in the skies, but in every arena where justice is challenged, where history is threatened, and where the sacrifices of our ancestors and predecessors risk being erased. We owe it to Harold Brown and his family. We owe it to the Tuskegee Airmen and their families. We owe it to ourselves and to future generations in the American family. Harold Brown and the Tuskegee Airmen of Northern Ohio changed the world for the better, and so can we. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, as we bring this special order to a close, I want to again highlight the fact that the celebration of Black history is not a celebration of just a few individuals who did some notable things. Black history is about celebrating the faith that an entire people, an entire culture had in the potential of what this nation could be, a faith that was unshakable, a faith in their God, a faith in this nation, a faith that America could be America for them too. They held on to this. We still hold on to it. Through the darkest days of this country, when Black people could literally only hold on to security in four walls of a church, where they could sing hymns like "I will trust in the Lord," or "Pass me not, O gentle Savior," or "Take my hand, precious Lord. Lead me on, let me stand. I am tired, I am weak, I am worn. Through the night, through the storm, lead me on to the light." That is where we come from. I stand here before you just 3 generational lines removed from slavery. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's how close we are from where we came from. And so the faith that my great-grandparents had at that same generational line, where we had people born in my family into slavery to come just 3 generations, it's that same faith that leads me here. It's that same faith that led my father to break down those color barriers at an institution where just a few years before a governor stood and declared segregation today, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. It is that same faith that led him to apply to that law school where just a few years before his older brother applied and was told, "Send us a picture." And he refused to do so. And so we celebrate that faith. We celebrate that resilience, that resolve, that perseverance. That is what Black History Month is about. And that is why we continue to hold on to that faith, because we too believe that America is still America for us too. It's America for all of us. And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with my colleagues, in fact, freshman members of the Congress, to reach far beyond party lines, beyond state borders, and even beyond our planet. It affects every American, shaping our economy, our security, and our future. I'm talking about space. As President Trump said, you can't be #1 on Earth if you're #2 in space. So I'm going to yield from our senior member of the freshman class this year, Vince Fong. Congressman Fong represents the 20th District of California. He is on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee as well as the Science Committee, specifically serving on the Space Committee, and he proudly represents the Central Valley of California. And I yield to Congressman Wong. Thanks, Congressman Fong.
Florida for leading this special order today about the importance of America leading in aerospace and aviation. My district in California encompasses a number of military, space, and aerospace facilities, including Naval Air Station Lemoore, Edwards Air Force Base, Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, and the Mojave Air and Spaceport. We are known for our advancements in aerospace technology, innovation, and research, and continuing to push the boundaries of space exploration and our rich legacy in this industry. Dating back to almost a century ago, Chuck Yeager became the first person to break the sound barrier in 1947 as a test pilot for what is now Edwards Air Force Base. During World War II, the Mojave Air and Spaceport was used as a training facility for the United States Marine Corps, and the China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station was established for research and testing and evaluation of military weapons. In the 1950s, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center was the location where many of the technologies for Project Apollo were tested, including where the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle was flown in the 1960s in preparation for the historic American moon landing. With a deep embedded history in the aerospace industry, my region continues to defy odds, make historic discoveries, and innovate for the future. As we see our foreign adversaries like Russia, China, and Iran increasing their space technology efforts, it is critical that we stay ahead of the curve to ensure we stay at the cutting edge of technologies. This is one of the reasons why I introduced the Making Advancements in Commercial Hypersonics Act, also known as the MACH Act. This legislation authorizes the establishment of the MACH program at NASA and allows NASA to support scientific experiments through high-speed flights. In order to stay competitive in hypersonics technology, we must fully utilize public-private partnerships like I have in my district to advance this necessary technology. East Kern County is making great strides not only for our community, but also for our nation. The MACH program builds on successes we have already seen in commercial spaceflight and lays the groundwork for urgent, necessary advancements to keep our competitive edge as a nation. The MACH legislation was included in the NASA Reauthorization Act of 2024 and passed the House last Congress. I look forward to this reintroduced legislation to pass and get signed into law this Congress so we can continue to innovate and grow in America. In addition to national defense efforts, the aerospace industry continues to assist with our emergency responses in our nation. Earlier this year, we saw wildfires devastate my home state of California. And unfortunately, this is something that we know all too often and too well in my community. Wildfires continue to ravage every part of California. Unfortunately, fire season is now all year long, and we must take advantage of the technologies available to try to fight these terrible tragedies. The Advanced Capabilities for Emergency Response Operations Act, also known as the ACERO Act, which I introduced earlier this year, authorizes NASA to leverage the use of drones to fight wildfires. This project is especially helpful when there is low visibility, heavy smoke, or unsafe conditions for our firefighters to fly. This piece of legislation is life-saving not only to help stop these wildfires, which have devastated communities, but also to assist our brave firefighters. There are not enough thanks to give to our selfless firefighters and first responders in times of natural disaster. We should help them fight these fires by passing legislation to give them additional tools. The aerospace industry does so much for our country, assisting in national defense, to helping in natural disasters, to improving the way we travel. And as we continue to innovate and grow, it is crucial to acknowledge the many advancements that we continue to make. Our work is just getting started in space as a nation. And here in Congress, we are committed to seeing strides of advancements to make our nation dominant in new and advancing technology. As we look to the future, I see my district continuing to make history in the aerospace industry with its innovation and exploration efforts. Recently in my district, Boom Supersonic completed the first successful civil supersonic flight at Mojave Air and Spaceport, making supersonic flight technology usable for all Americans. In addition, in December, Stratolaunch made history with its first fully reusable hypersonic flight test of the Talon A2 vehicle off the coast of Vandenberg, which took off from the Mojave Air and Spaceport, signifying a new era of hypersonic flight technology where traveling at faster speeds may soon become a reality. These important advancements in America show that my community will continue to be a national leader in the aerospace industry. I again want to commemorate all of the great work being done in my community. The nation thanks you, and we have more advancements ahead being developed in California's Aerospace Valley. I look forward to a future of growth and innovation with California's 20th Congressional District in the forefront. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Fong. And next we have from the great state of Alaska, the at-large member from Alaska, Congressman Nick Begich, who is on the Natural Resources, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, as well as the Science and specifically the Space Subcommittee. And I yield to the Congressman from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight an issue of national importance, our commitment to space exploration and Alaska's vital role in securing America's presence in space. Space exploration drives innovation, strengthens our economy, and enhances national security. The investments we make today will shape our future strength and prosperity as a nation. Alaska, the last frontier, is well positioned to play a key role in our nation's space operations. Alaska's unique geographic position gives it a crucial edge in space surveillance, missile defense, satellite communications, and launch capabilities. With a high-latitude polar launch capability and vast remote terrain, my state offers unparalleled advantages for both government and commercial space initiatives. The Pacific Spaceport Complex Alaska, or PSCA, on Kodiak Island is at the forefront of these efforts as a premier launch site that plays a critical role in America's space strategy. Alaska's geostrategic location in the Arctic makes it an indispensable asset in America's national defense and global power projection. As the closest U.S. state to both Russia and China, Alaska provides unparalleled access to the Arctic, a region rapidly growing in economic and military significance. With shifting ice patterns opening new maritime routes, control over Arctic air and sea lanes is critical to maintaining U.S. strategic interests. And Alaska's military installations, missile defense systems, and space infrastructure collectively form a cornerstone of national security, ensuring America's readiness in this increasingly contested region. The Pacific Spaceport Complex Alaska is one of 4 of the country's few fully operational, federally licensed spaceports capable of delivering payloads to orbit. Managed by the Alaska Aerospace Corporation, its remote location provides a strategic advantage, reducing risks to populated areas and offering access to vital polar and sun-synchronous orbits. This capability is essential for Earth observation, climate monitoring, missile defense, and reconnaissance missions. Unlike other launch sites in the lower 48, Alaska's spaceport benefits from minimal air traffic congestion and robust launch windows, enabling greater efficiency and mission success. This spaceport is designed to be highly adaptable and can accommodate a wide range of launch vehicles, from small satellites to larger payloads. Its infrastructure includes multiple launch pads, a state-of-the-art range control center, and cutting-edge telemetry capabilities. Furthermore, the PSCA is a key contributor to economic development in Alaska, creating jobs, fostering technological advancements, and attracting investment from domestic and international space companies. The Alaska Aerospace Corporation was established in 1991 by the Alaska Legislature and has been instrumental in advancing the state's role in space operations. As the operator of the PSCA, Alaska Aerospace provides critical infrastructure and space launch capabilities that support both government and commercial launches, reinforcing our nation's ability to remain at the forefront of space innovation. Additionally, Clear Space Force Station near Fairbanks is pivotal in space situational awareness and missile defense. This facility is crucial for tracking objects in orbit, ensuring that America maintains a vigilant eye on potential threats and space debris that could endanger critical infrastructure. These efforts are vital to protecting our nation's interests and maintaining a leading presence in space. The potential benefits of Alaska's growing space sector align with our nation's security and technological advancement initiatives. The Pacific Spaceport Complex Alaska holds incredible opportunity for dominance in space. The industry in my state has created many high-paying jobs in engineering, aerospace technology, and infrastructure. These positions offer competitive salaries and career stability, attracting top talent and fostering a skilled workforce in Alaska. Moreover, the increased investment in space operations has generated economic ripple effects benefiting local businesses, housing markets, and service industries. Alaska's role in space operations is poised for even more significant expansion. The state's infrastructure is uniquely positioned to support the next wave of advancements in space travel, including reusable launch vehicles, hypersonic testing, and deep space exploration. As commercial companies like SpaceX continue to push the boundaries of what is possible, Alaska stands ready to provide essential launch services that will further our nation's ambitions beyond Earth's orbit. Reducing dependence on foreign space infrastructure is a matter of national security and economic sovereignty. For too long, the United States has relied on foreign launch services and satellite capabilities, leaving critical assets vulnerable to geopolitical uncertainty. Increasing the use of Alaska's space infrastructure will ensure that our national security interests, commercial enterprises, and scientific missions remain independent and protected from foreign influence. Mr. Speaker, we cannot discuss the future of space without acknowledging the transformative impact of private industry. Companies like SpaceX and other commercial aerospace pioneers have revolutionized space travel by making launches more affordable and frequent. With its strategic location and state-of-the-art infrastructure, Alaska offers an ideal partner for these enterprises. The Pacific Spaceport Complex Alaska provides the logistical support, safety advantages, and launch capabilities to advance commercial expansion and national security objectives. As global competition in space intensifies, our ability to support our nation's space-based assets has never been more crucial. We must continue to invest in these capabilities, expand our infrastructure, and ensure that our space assets in Alaska remain at the cutting edge of technology. Whether it is weather forecasting, global communications, or national defense, our reliance on space assets grows every day. The work done in Alaska ensures that America remains a leader in this critical domain. Mr. Speaker, space is the next great frontier, and Alaska cannot afford to fall behind. We must continue to invest in our space infrastructure, foster private sector innovation, and recognize Alaska's strategic significance in maintaining international leadership. Let us, in this 119th Congress, reaffirm our commitment to space exploration, national security, and economic prosperity, ensuring that Alaska and the United States remain undisputed leaders in this critical domain. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Begich, for your thoughtful words. I next would like to introduce the congressman from the 3rd Congressional District in Utah. Congressman Kennedy is one of the few legislators in Washington who has both a medical degree and a law degree. He is a former state senator from Utah, and he's a proud father of 8, and he is recognized to speak tonight on the issue of space and the importance in his district. Congressman Kennedy, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my good friend, the gentleman from Florida, our new chairman of the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee, for inviting me to join him tonight. I'm excited to join him as a new member on the subcommittee and highlight Utah's exciting role in the future of space exploration. When we think of iconic American places associated with NASA, Houston and Cape Canaveral come to mind, but I'm here to tell you tonight, Mr. Speaker, that Utah should be added to that list. While Utah has played a pivotal role in the history of NASA since the dawn of the space age in the mid-20th century, we are fast moving into a starring role. We stand at the crossroads of an exciting new era in space exploration. Utah, known for our pioneering spirit, is poised to play a critical role in shaping the future of space. From producing cutting-edge technology to visionary companies, Utah is helping propel humanity into the next frontier. Utah is also the proud home of the Dugway Proving Grounds in the West Desert, which has become a prime landing location for returning space missions. I want to highlight one of the most pivotal players in Utah's contribution to space exploration, Northrop Grumman, which has a more than 80-year history in the state. The global aerospace and defense leaders become a cornerstone of America's space ambitions. Northrop Grumman's state-of-the-art facilities in Utah are central to the development of solid rocket boosters for some of the most ambitious missions we've ever embarked upon. These boosters are key to propelling spacecraft like NASA's Space Launch System, which is set to carry astronauts deeper into space than ever before, including the planned missions to the moon under the Artemis program and eventually to Mars. The combined economic footprint of Utah's space-related businesses, along with those in the aerospace, defense, and advanced materials sectors, already account for 20% of our annual GDP. And the space segment is among the fastest growing within that combined category, according to Aaron Starks, former Chief Revenue Officer for World Trade Center Utah, and now 47G's President and CEO. Quote, "I think and firmly believe that Utah's future will be shaped more by this industry than any other," unquote, is what he said. Northrop Grumman's solid rocket boosters are integral to the success of space programs that will shape the future of exploration. These powerful boosters provide the thrust necessary to lift spacecraft into orbit and their innovation is a testament to Utah's growing influence in space technology. The company's Utah facilities include those in Promontory, have been producing these boosters for decades, and they are renowned for their precision, reliability, and power. With the capabilities of these solid rocket boosters, missions that were once the stuff of dreams are becoming a reality. In January of last year, 2 of Northrop Grumman's extended-length, 63-inch diameter graphite epoxy motors were more commonly known as GEM 63XL solid rocket boosters, helped power the inaugural flight of United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket in the first certification mission. The GEM 63XL boosters are the longest monolithic, single-cast, solid rocket boosters ever manufactured and flown. The boosters delivered more than 900,000 pounds of thrust, nearly 2/3 of the vehicle's total thrust at liftoff. But it's not just about technology, it's about what this technology enables. Northrop Grumman's advancements in propulsion have opened up incredible possibilities for deep space exploration, including human missions to the Moon and Mars, asteroid mining, and future scientific discoveries beyond our current cognitive capabilities. Each launch of a rocket booster is not just a moment of technological achievement, it is a step closer to answering the big questions of our place in the universe and the potential for future generations to reach the stars. Utah is developing a future built on innovation and collaboration. The state is becoming a hub for aerospace innovation with new startups and established companies like Northrop alike joining the effort to advance technologies that will transform space travel. Whether it's satellite development, propulsion systems, or mission planning, Utah is becoming a vital piece of the puzzle. Northrop Grumman has sought to form partnerships and tap into expertise in Utah's colleges and universities, and the company has worked with students and faculty at the University of Utah, Weber State, Utah State, Brigham Young University, and Bridgerland Technical College in Logan. Top-tier research institutions, Brigham Young University, the University of Utah, and Utah State University, are preparing the next generation of engineers, scientists, and innovators who will take the torch from us and continue driving humanity's exploration of space. With these resources, the state's workforce is uniquely positioned to lead in areas that complement Northrop Grumman's work, creating a synergy that ensures the continued success of space missions. Utah State University boasts one of the longest histories of connections to space technologies with the establishment of the Electrodynamics Laboratories in 1959. It would later join forces with the University of Utah's Upper Air Research Laboratory to form the Logan-based Space Dynamics Laboratory in the early 1980s. Utah universities have also been big contributors to the NASA-sponsored Big Ideas Challenge to power the Artemis program forward. The 2024 Big Idea team was from Brigham Young University, and they developed an untethered and modular inflatable robot for lunar operations. In 2023, we had a Big Idea team from the University of Utah, which won first place overall as the Artemis Award winner with their development of production of steel from lunar regolith through carbonyl iron refining project. As the space industry continues to grow and evolve, Utah is at the heart of it all, leading through ingenuity, collaboration, and unwavering dedication to the future. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to my good friend from Florida, Space Coast District might be where the rockets are launched, but they wouldn't get off the ground without Utah's ingenuity. As we look forward to stars and the limitless possibilities of the cosmos, it's clear that Utah's contribution to space exploration will be integral. From Northrop Grumman's groundbreaking solid rocket boosters to the innovation happening across our state, Utah is not only playing a role in the future of space exploration, it is helping to define it. The work that is being done here today will shape the course of humanity's future in space for generations to come. Together, we are laying the foundation for the next great leap in human exploration. I again thank the gentleman from Florida for yielding me the time tonight. I greatly look forward to working with him to make sure NASA is in a position to return to the moon and take the next step of planting the stars and stripes on Mars. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Kennedy, for your kind words, and more importantly, your efforts in Utah to promote the industry and make sure we have American dominance in space. As was mentioned, I am proud to be the new chairman of the subcommittee on space. It is not only imperative to our district, but for the nation for so many different reasons. But in the chart behind me, I think, is really telling the story about America today. Just a few short years ago, we ceded space dominance to other nations. We actually had to get a ride to the space from, of all people, our former adversary, Russia. And here we are today, as you look at this graph. Last year alone, 155 launches into space, and 93 from my home district where the Kennedy Space Center is located. We are well on our way towards space dominance, and we are not slowing down. In 2025 alone, 26 additional flights have left our skies and are, of course, orbiting around our world today, providing the telecommunications necessary not only for commercial use, but for military use as well, to make sure that our men and women are protected when GPS is essential. And tonight, we will have yet another launch into the sky as SpaceX is propelling this movement forward. As we recognize that space is important for our economy, infrastructure, and national defense, it enables modern life, powering GPS communications, weather forecasting, artificial limb technology, solar cells, fire-resistant fabrics, and even medical imaging and biotechnology. Space is research and development, and space is a return on investment. The latest estimates have it a 10-to-1 return for taxpayers when we lead the world in space and innovative technology. And we've been in this space race before. Every one of you asked your parents, or maybe even a few of us in the Congress, know that 1969 was a life changer for so many people. When you ask those folks alive in 1969 what it was like to see man on the moon, Neil Armstrong making that famous proclamation, it was a game changer. We proved that anything is possible here in America. And we moved forward from that with shuttle technology and more recently some of the amazing advances with SpaceX. But we are in a new space race today, unfortunately with another communist dictatorship, that being China. The question is, will we win that space race once again? I am confident we will do so for one simple reason. Our president is confident we can accomplish this. Remember, our president literally created the Space Force. He is a true believer. And back in 2019, he created the Space Force because he knew that space dominance would allow us to not only improve technologically, but make sure that our men and women in the military are protected. And we are confident that Artemis II, which is scheduled to go off in early 2026, will propel us to the moon once again and beyond. We like to say from the lagoon to the moon and beyond. That is our slogan back in the 8th District of Florida, and we are confident that that will be a reality. It is about leadership, it is about job security, it is about economic security, and it is about military security, and making sure that we make the next innovations and reach the next frontier. And dominance means not just military, but it also means jobs and a brighter future for so many. You know, when you talk about jobs in the space industry, it's not a job to so many, it is a career. The dedicated folks at NASA are moving forward with these new technologies. They are working hand in hand in public-private partnerships with companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Rocketdyne, Boeing, L3 Harris, and so many others, along with Northrop Grumman, to make sure that we are dominant in space so that we do not take a second place in space and lose that technological dominance which is so necessary that we win this latest Cold War. You know, just a few years ago, we were playing catch-up. As I mentioned before, we were literally relying on the Russians to get our men and women off to the space station. But now, since 2016, we have moved forward, and as this graph again shows behind me, we are once again space dominant. It is, again, the great American comeback, and we are moving beyond it today. And in just a few weeks, we'll see the SpaceX Dragon, making sure that our men and women back on the space station are returned back to Earth. And more companies are developing space technologies so that we can have satellites and space infrastructure, keeping ahead of our global competitors. But we cannot be complacent. Just because we lead today, it does not mean it's permanent. And we must defend ourselves against China and Russia, who are not standing still. They are major competitors, and they are making important investments in trying to militarize space despite the treaty from 1967. We must innovate, we must invest, and we must push forward to keep our strong position today. Sadly, China especially does not play by the rules. Just a few years ago, they literally, on purpose, created a collision which has led to so much space debris around our Earth today. We must use our technology for missile detection, surveillance and reconnaissance, and global communications to stay ahead of this communist dictatorship. Fortunately, the U.S. Space Force, as I mentioned, which was established in 1929, maintains our dominance and ensures that we're going to develop hypersonic defense, space-based missile interceptors, and AI-driven surveillance to keep us ahead of those adversaries. We cannot afford to fall behind because the price of inaction is just too high. The economy of space has grown also dramatically over the last few years. In 2022 alone, $132 billion to the U.S. GDP. And it's projected by 2040, it will be over $1 trillion. 350,000 private sector jobs across multiple fields, including launch technicians, software developers, engineers and researchers, construction, manufacturing, everything from satellites to heat shields. Space is not only a source of innovation, but also of a pillar of the American economy, fueling growth in both high-tech and blue-collar industries, as I mentioned. And small businesses are also benefiting from this emergence. Just a few weeks ago, I had the honor of visiting a small company called Ada Space. It is a company in my district. It employs 20 people, but they are having a massive impact on the changing space world. They developed a satellite that will experiment with cryogenic fuels in orbit, a key technology for orbit refueling. This innovation will pave the way for long-distance space travel, making missions to Mars and beyond more viable and more cost-effective. And I might mention, as being a member of the Financial Services Committee, which our speaker is today as well, this is an example of community banks. This was a community banks that allowed Ada Space to get the financing they needed to put this project together and lead the technological development we need to go to Mars in the future. So despite their small size, they are launching their satellite this year, a testament to the power of American ingenuity. So these public-private partnerships are key. It's not just, quote, a government program. Companies like SpaceX, Rocket Lab, Blue Origin have dramatically reduced launch costs and are saving taxpayers billions. These firms work alongside NASA and the Department of Defense, proving that the private industry of America can be a powerful force in advancing the United States space leadership. Their success creates jobs, strengthens our national security, and keeps America at the forefront of the global space race. Commercial space is the free market revolution. If you haven't already done so, read the recent book by Isaacson about Elon Musk. He basically looked at NASA, saw some of the challenges they faced after the Apollo program and the cancellation of our shuttle program, and even the challenges we faced in the Ares program, which was canceled, the Constellation program, which was canceled, the X-33 program, and he said, we can do it better at a better cost and win the space race. Commercial space is the future as they work in partnership with NASA. Before SpaceX, launch costs were prohibitively high, and with a single mission costing hundreds of millions of dollars. The Falcon 9 rocket, with its reusable booster system, has slashed costs by a factor of 10. This cost reduction has made space more accessible, spurring new industries, as I mentioned before, like satellite internet, space-based manufacturing, and even orbital tourism. More players, more innovation, such as Blue Origin, as this New Glenn rocket launched recently, Rocket Lab's electron rocket fuel futures markets, space manufacturing, asteroid mining, orbital energy production are all emerging technologies. And when these companies compete, innovate, they drive down costs for everyone, and more importantly, will have on-Earth benefits. And one of the issues that people have asked me about is this issue of rural broadband. For those who don't know, this is a program that's been allocated over $40 billion so that everyone, not just a select few in higher urban areas, can enjoy high-speed internet access. This program, which is allocated over $40 billion, is one which takes time because, as everyone knows who's in business, you need to get the permits. It takes a while to get the right-of-ways purchased. It takes a while, of course, to lay that cable for high-speed internet access. Well, with the new Starlink system, which SpaceX is launching up now, this can be not only a lower cost, but more importantly, can get to market faster so that every American can enjoy the access to high-speed internet, and it will save us billions so that we can not only pay down the debt or afford the tax cuts which Americans deserve. So in conclusion, we are in the golden age of American spaceflight. We are witnessing a true renaissance of space exploration where the future is literally being built today. I don't know what's next. There's stories about mining asteroids for rare earth metals to support global industries, large commercial space stations that can replace the ISS and host research, permanent human habitation on the moon, laying the foundation for deeper space travel, the human exploration and the settlement of Mars, an achievement that will truly define this century. These are not science fiction novels. These are active projects by American companies, American scientists, and American engineers bringing in the golden age of American spaceflight. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the urgency of action is now. America's leadership in space is hard-earned, but it is not guaranteed. Our economy, our technological future, and our national security all depend on continued space investment. Congress must act to ensure that the United States remains the leader in the final frontier. This is our movement. If we invest in space today, we will be stronger, safer, and more prosperous for generations to come. And so, as I conclude, as the President said, well, you can't be number one on Earth if you're not number one in space. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I especially want to thank Congressman Fong, Congressman Begich, and Congressman Kennedy for joining me tonight. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The question is on the motion to
Mr. Speaker,
what is the gentleman's motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.